It is another postseason of college football and another postseason to prove its worth for the Big Ten. Welcome into the Voice of College Football and our Big Ten Live Show, the Big Ten Live Show, edition number 41. I will take you all the way up to 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Then we've got John Diadamo standing by. And for those folks that love to get in on the panel discussions, that's your hour. It's the Ocho at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. For the rest of you, you've got to line up one by one, and we set you up and knock you down. All right. Appreciate you all being here. Again, another Big Ten bowl season. And you guys can let me know how much stock you put in the bowl games, and we will discuss. We also have transfer portal news to go through, as we have for the last couple hours on the previous live stream, in which we marked day one of the transfer portal. And also, as I put on the title, is Michigan afraid of Alabama? So I've seen this various places. Here's my thought. And a few of these responses came from people that were posting the video of the Michigan team gathering that was watching the unveiling of the college football playoff selections. This team's number one, this team's number two, this team's number three, and then boom, who does Michigan play as the number one seed? Who made it into the fourth spot? Bam! It's Alabama. Not Florida State, it's Alabama. I saw video of a lot of people's backs from a distance. I'm sure there were other videos. Everybody's got a video, basically a camera in their hands at all times, in their pocket, ready to roll. So I'm sure there are various versions of this flying all over social media. I saw a few posts that had roughly the same shot of the room. I don't know if that was the shot that was taken on ESPN or not. I do not know. I don't believe so, or it would have been a poor production quality and camera shot and angle to be taking. So I don't think it was any type of network production. But it was more about the audio of the oohs and ahs, and then maybe some slight groans, and then the response of clap, 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 clap. And I saw some responses both by media people and by fans saying, oh, you can tell that Michigan's surprised. You can tell Michigan's worried. You can tell that they didn't want to play Alabama. They're not responding well to that assignment. That's not me. I don't do that. I'm not the one that is judging people's responses based on the looks on their faces, based on the tone of their voice. I just don't do that. I just found it rather interesting that this was a talking point on social media ever since this came out on yesterday and Michigan received its assignment. Now, you can understand that Alabama's a big deal. They are the gold standard in the sport. For as much as I don't like to say that, they are and have been since a certain coach arrived on campus from Miami. Ever since he took over, and it took him one season to get them to the elite of college football, they've been it. There's been two schools that I can think of that have pushed them. Of course, there have been others at various times. Georgia currently, Clemson at a time, Ohio State more kind of consistently throughout that entire time. But Alabama's risen to the top the most. It's not debatable. So there is an intimidation factor there. Now, whether that's present for Michigan, I don't know. Anyone who's telling you that they know is probably foolish unless they've got some kind of inside intel. Let's also understand when you're talking about 105 athletes and 85 of them scholarship athletes, they all have a mind of their own. It's not a collective thought. that they're all scared or they're all confident or they're all worried or they're all arrogant or they're all anything. They're all different. They're all individuals. Of course, some of that comes from the top. Some of that vibe, that energy, that anxiety, whatever level those are at, concern, confidence, focus, comes from Jim Harbaugh and his coaches. So that is a possible talking point for anybody who saw that post. We also have the matchup itself, of course, which is an interesting one. I have gone through the history of the two schools and their games against each other. You will see that video. Alabama leads 3-2. I have seen all 5 games. I remember all 5 games. Again, Alabama leads the series 3-2, and I'm going to post a video running through the series between the two storied schools. You could make an argument, the top 2 football programs of all time. You could make that argument. I'm not going to make that argument, but you could make that argument. Yes. Actually, I could make that argument. If you paid me to make that argument, I could certainly take it on. Then we also have the bowl history between the two, which was most of those games. Only one of those was a regularly scheduled game in 2012. Michigan fans will not want to remember that game. But that was a 2012 game that was a kickoff classic of sorts. I know that it wasn't that, but it was one of those neutral site, Reliance Stadium, Houston, game 1 featured matchups in an NFL stadium. So we have that. Also wanted to do a comp between the two, meaning going through statistics and going through their performances against best teams on their schedules and try to put something together. I don't think we have any. We've got probably 3 degrees of separation. I can't think of any. Wow. Nobody in the SEC played anyone in the Big Ten for the entire season. Yeah. That's pathetic. That's ridiculous. Again, goes to the heart of what I talk about all the time, that there's a scheduling issue in college football. And really, the playoffs could get fixed by first fixing the schedule, because the schedule helps to produce the playoff teams. So that could be fixed by fixing the schedule. And when you've got the Big Ten and the SEC, that may be the 2 best conferences in college football today. They are certainly the 2 most powerful and the 2 most popular. Nobody played. Am I right about that? Yeah, nobody played. Nobody played. Last year, 1 lousy game. Penn State and Auburn played. The year before, 1 lousy game. That's ridiculous. And I always looked forward to the postseason matchups between the Big Ten and the SEC. They would play in the Citrus One, the Capital One, the Citrus Bowl, whatever they named it at the time. Started out the Citrus Bowl, then became the Capital One Bowl, then went back to the Citrus Bowl. You know what I'm talking about. But it was never the Citrus One Bowl. So it was the Capital One Bowl, the Citrus Bowl, with the 2 seeds that were just out of the BCS bowls back in that era, or major bowl games, would always produce really good matchups. And then just a tier down from that, you'd have the Outback Bowl matchup. And then they added to it the Gator Bowl matchup that has been in and out. It's no longer a Big Ten SEC game at the Gator Bowl, but it was for a while. It was from about 2009 or 10. I think Mississippi State was the first matchup once they changed that contract, and then that ended a couple years ago. And now it's back to being the SEC and the ACC. So they only get together those 2 times, but then they also have, I think there's one other game. We've got the Music City Bowl. For a long time was a Big Ten SEC matchup. And Iowa and Tennessee are playing in the Gonna have to look that up. They're playing in the, I'll get to it. So we've got 3 SEC Big Ten matchups in addition to the playoff game, because Ohio State and Missouri, that was not a designated SEC Big Ten matchup, but they're being put together in a New Year's Six game. So a lot of pride on the line, but again, we're going to have all this opt-out business, so it's going to provide a lot of excuses for the loser. And those are somewhat valid if you're going to correctly, accurately evaluate the teams. Now, in terms of the wins and the losses, the wins are the wins and the losses are the losses, regardless of who shows up in what uniform. But when you've got something as bad as what we saw a few years ago when Dan Mullen's Florida team was basically a non-scholarship walk-on roster taking on Oklahoma in the Cotton Bowl, and they lost 55-20, it's kind of difficult to walk away from that game and say, oh yeah, one for the Big 12, black mark for the SEC. Because Kyle Pitts wasn't there and a zillion other Florida players who were headed off to the NFL draft. So that's unfortunate, because these would be the best measuring sticks for these conferences. This would be it right here. Can you imagine at full force, fully loaded, all the personnel there, everybody there, Ohio State, Missouri, Iowa, Tennessee. Which one am I looking for? There's another one there. Anyway, then, of course, the big one, Michigan, Alabama, of course. But there's another one in there. Penn State and Ole Miss. Yes, that's the other one. All right, so whether you want to talk about the transfer portal, bowl games, the playoff game, Michigan, Alabama. And I also, before I take the first call, keep in mind that when I thought of that topic about Michigan being scared, I thought of this as well, which legitimizes that thought, and not about being scared, but about questioning themselves, and that being completely legitimate. And I'm not picking on Michigan, because what I thought of was Urban Meyer tells a story about the 2014 playoff game against Alabama. And they were having lunch. So they had the late night game, the 8:30 game. They had the second playoff game. And so the 11 a.m. noon Big Ten SEC matchup that year in the Outback Bowl was Wisconsin and Auburn. And of course, Ohio State had just trampled Wisconsin, and Auburn played a customary close game against Bama. Fairly close, I remember. I don't think it was that close that year. But anyway, much closer than Ohio State and Wisconsin. And Auburn was a good team. It had played in the BCS championship game the year before. And Wisconsin, Melvin Gordon went off on Auburn, and Wisconsin won the game in the Outback Bowl. And as they were, it was a great game too. Remember that game well. It was a great game. And as Wisconsin was taking control of the game and Melvin Gordon was having this record-setting Outback Bowl performance against Auburn, they had TVs in the eating area there. And Urban Meyer was adamant about watching the end of that game because he wanted to show his team, because he just sensed this, okay, they're a bit unsure. They're playing Alabama. They just won the national title in 12 and 11, and they're the favorite. They're a 10-point favorite, all of that. And I want to show them, hey, this team that we just trucked, they're beating Auburn, and Auburn can play with Alabama. So we can play with, you need evidence of this. And he thought that that was a big deal, that they watched the fourth quarter of this Wisconsin-Auburn game to give themselves confidence. All right. Appreciate y'all being here at the Voice of College Football. Amazon links in the description section of all the videos, every video, including this one. So please grab the Amazon link and please use it. if you're buying one Christmas gift or 50 or 100, I am personally buying for 3 people. Only 3 people. Yes. So I will be using the Amazon link. Yes, I will be. Also, I understand as a master marketer, since we are on the Big Ten Live show, that I'm going to be pushing the SEC channel and the Big 12 channel. So we've got an SEC channel, we got a Big 12 channel. Please check them out. Those links are in the description section of the video as well. And so if you enjoy Big 12 football talk, obviously get there. If you enjoy the SEC, get there. But even if you don't and you enjoy what we do here at the Voice of College Football, please understand the bigger mission. And so it all works together. So please support us here at the Voice of College Football. We got the Big 12 channel, we got the SEC channel, and you can check them out grabbing the link in the description section. Anthony's going to lead us off tonight. Anthony, how you doing tonight?
Hi, Mark. How are you today?
I am doing just fine. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Mark, this is a question about the whole playoff system as a whole, with it moving. Is it next season, or the following season that they're moving to the 12-team playoff?
They are moving to a 12-team playoff next season. I'm thinking of about 4 things. I apologize. I'm thinking of about 4 things at the same time because, Anthony, if you can hang on for 2 seconds, I have to explain something. Folks, for anyone watching us right now who left a super chat on the previous show, I'm so sorry. I apologize. I completely missed those. And now that I see a super chat come in, I see that I completely missed those. So I apologize. I can't go back and get them. I can go look at them and I can answer those somewhere. So I will do that, but I just don't know if they're going to get to the right people. So back to you, Anthony. We've got a 12-team playoff. Yes, that starts in 2024.
Okay. I hope this is not with the issue of having a panel. It seems like human error and bias can play into human, like the human committee voting for the college football playoff. How about mixing it up with having the computer BCS model on top of having the voting panel for the college football playoff? Do you think that would convolute things too much, or can that actually help, in your honest opinion, voting for this college football playoff system?
I think that it would help. Now, see, they are supposed to be using such metrics in their decisions, but they're 13 individual people who use whatever data they want to use. It's at their disposal as individual people. Some of them just watch a lot of football. Others are tracking yards per play and all sorts of advanced metrics. And so it's not mandated to use any of those things, but many of them do, but it's not part of the framework. But I would have no issue with it being part of the framework, especially as we go forward, because all the selections going forward are going to be made concerning the non-conference champs. All the conference champs are going to be automatically in.
And that's another question. How about, I was thinking about this too. The top 5 automatically gets their automatic the top 5 gets automatic buys. 6 through 10 is gonna get automatic home field advantage, and then the two 11 and 12 are wild card teams.
Okay, that's not exactly the case.
No, that's how. Do you think that could work?
No.
Why?
Well, first of all, that's not what they're going with. But if you want to talk about your model, we can certainly talk about your model.
Yeah. Do you think that could work if they use a model like that?
Well, first of all, starting next season, we're only going to have 4 power conferences.
Okay.
Pac-12 is going away.
Okay, yeah.
We will not have a Pac-12 next year. So we've only got 4 major conferences. Now, if you want to include another conference, it's your model. You just let me know. how you want it set up, and we'll talk about it.
No, and this applies to what I'm getting. My conversation actually applies to with the lack of respect in undefeated Florida State, who was a conference championship champion, got and not getting voted in and stuff like that over a one loss. I know Alabama was a one loss conference champion, but the, Florida State was undefeated. With the lack of respect the ACC got, because even though Florida State was undefeated, they're an undefeated conference champion. Don't you think that should hold a lot more weight than a one-loss Alabama conference champion?
Yes. Yes, I would have selected Florida State.
So that's what I mean. Do you think that with the lack of respect that Florida State got, even though they were undefeated, do you think that actually pushes big teams like them, Miami and Clemson, to get out of their grant of rights and go to another conference, maybe?
Oh, sure. That's an incentive. That just proves and is more evidence of what Florida State is attempting to do anyway.
Okay.
Regardless of this decision, they are looking to get out of the ACC because of the money situation.
Okay. And back to my model. What do can that work? Like if they use the model that I was just telling you, the top 5 gets automatic buys, like
Yeah,
you see with the top in the NFL, the top whoever's in the top 2
sure.
in each conference get automatic buys and stuff like that. Then the rest of the conference gets automatic home field, or and the 2 wildcard teams and stuff have to play on the road. Do you think that could work or no?
Okay, well, let me break this down for a second. So we've got 12 teams, and you're telling me that you're going to have 5 conference champions receive buys.
Yes.
Okay. So
Then
how are 7 teams going to play?
oh no. What I'm saying, the top 5 conference champions automatically get a bye. Then 6 through 7 are going to get automatic home field advantage. Like they don't get a bye. They have to play the first round against the wild
Sure.
card teams.
How are they going to play? 6 versus 12, 7 versus 11, 8
Oh,
versus 10. It doesn't work out.
you don't think that's going to work out?
No, it doesn't work. It just, the math doesn't work out. So we got 5 teams are sitting at home. They've got buys. Okay. That leaves 7 teams. How do 7 teams play against each other?
Unless you add one more team, but it's a 12-team playoff. Yeah, that's or is an at-large bid the same as a wild card? Are they the same concept?
No,
Almost, huh?
not necessarily.
Can you have at-large bids and a wild card in this system or no?
What are you trying to achieve? Let's start with that.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. What I'm trying to achieve is, like I said, the teams on the top 5 conference championship
Yeah,
champions, automatically they don't have to play the first round.
I understand that. But also understand we're only going to have 4 power conferences. So are you going to give a
A group of
bye?
5, a group of 5 team
You're going
who
to give
goes
a
on.
group of 5 conference champion a bye.
No, a group of 5 an automatic home field advantage if they're ranked in the top 6.
Okay, who is this 5th team that gets a bye?
Uh, okay. The ACC champion.
Okay, there are 4 major conferences in 2024. Where's the 5th bye
Oh,
coming
my
from?
mistake. Yeah, the Power 5, the group of 5 team.
Okay, a group of 5 champion is going to get a bye.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
All right. All right.
And
So are you keeping up with this season, 2023?
yes.
What group of 5 champion would you give a bye to?
the one that just won their conference, the AAC champion.
Oh, the SMU. They would get a
SMU.
bye. You want to
Yes.
give them a bye.
Yes.
Okay. Then you've got 7 other teams. How are they going to play? How do 7 teams play games?
Okay. It's the runner ups in those conferences would get the home field advantage.
That's not my question. How do 7 teams play? You have to have an equal number of teams to play games.
Oh, it's an odd number, is what
Yes.
you're saying.
So why don't you do this? Anthony, if you've got some other questions and comments, please serve them up. But in the meantime, go back to the drawing board and work on your playoff system.
Oh, and this is a question about the transfer portal. When you look at the quarterbacks that are in the system that Shannon Dawson is trying to run, that air raid, mixed air raid pro style,
Yes.
what quarterback in the transfer portal do you think fits his scheme the best for Miami?
Oh, well, if that's the only consideration, that's an easy answer. Will Rogers. Will Rogers played in the air raid more than any other quarterback in the nation out of Mississippi State.
Even over Cam Ward? He played in the same offense, didn't he?
Well, Will Rogers has the most
experience,
if that's all you're looking for. But I would take Cam Ward over Will Rogers.
I want to mix experience and like experience and in the long, like I think Cam Ward, you have 2 more years of eligibility. Will Rogers only 1, correct? Am I correct? With Will Rogers and Cam Ward, if he comes back and not go into the NFL.
Will Rogers has 1 year. Cam Ward, I'm not so sure.
Does he have 2 years? Do you know if he has 2
he
or
would have 2 years, I believe.
Thank you so much for taking my call.
Thanks, Anthony. I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Okay, have a good day.
All right, let's keep it moving here. We've got Moose calling tonight. Look at that.
What's up, Mark?
What is going on? How are you?
Crazy. There's some crazy stuff going on, ain't there? The transfer portal is going nuts. There's so many talented players in there that people can get. You know, teams with team needs and everything. I've had my eye on a few of them. I think Michigan should go for Cam Ward, but he's going to be a hot commodity. I think a lot of teams are going after him.
Yeah. How much of a percentage chance do you give JJ coming back?
That's a tough question. I think part of it depends on our success in the playoffs, honestly. I think if it might have something to do with it, but there's been a lot of talk that he's probably going to go pro after this year. But I think if we win the national championship, he's gone. He's gone too. So it's not looking good. There's a chance though, I think.
Okay, so you're looking at Cam Ward. Anybody else?
As far as quarterbacks, that's the only one that really interests me. Maybe the guy from Oklahoma. What's his name?
Dillon Gabriel.
Dillon Gabriel. Yeah, he's decent too. So what do you take on some of these bowl matchups? There's a lot. Looks like there's a lot of good games.
Yeah, I love the bowl matchups. I was going to put them up there so we would go through them, but when it comes to the Big Ten, you know, as long as everyone's basically playing, although I expect Penn State to have a ton of defensive opt-outs going to the NFL draft. Penn State and Ole Miss. That's a nice matchup. I like that one. Iowa's a pretty significant underdog against Tennessee. I was a little surprised by that. 7.5 points.
I tell you what, Tennessee thinks they're going to roll over Iowa. That Iowa D is legit, man. I gain a lot of respect for Iowa.
Well, Vegas does too. So maybe that's where they're getting their confidence.
It's just so hard to predict who's going to win these bowl games anymore with all the opt-outs nowadays. It's crazy. But I will say, SEC fans are pretty cocky. They think they're going to win all the games this year. I'm telling you right now, Darrell, and I'm talking to you. Don't be shocked if the Big Ten gets some wins on you guys this year, because I'm telling you, Ohio State is good enough to roll over Missouri, and they probably will roll over Missouri because they got their talent enough. I'm not knocking Missouri. They got a pretty good team too, but they're not on Ohio State's level. And I think I even think Iowa has a chance against Tennessee. Their only issue is offense, but I think their defense can keep them in the game. And I honestly think Penn State's going to be, even with opt-outs, I think Penn State's a better team than Ole Miss is. I think Penn State's going to beat Ole Miss. As far as the Rose Bowl goes, Mark, I mean, should Michigan just forfeit right now? I mean, they have no chance, right? I mean, they have zero chance to win this game, according to SEC fans.
Yeah, that's what people are saying.
Yeah, you would think that Michigan is probably a pretty crappy team to not have any chance to win that game. I don't think they've been watching Michigan all year, because I think they've only struggled in one game, and that was Maryland. They won by 7. If you look at Penn State and Ohio State were closer because those SEC fans don't realize that the top four defenses in the whole country are in the Big Ten. Michigan has played 3 of the top 4 defenses in the country. They played Ohio State, they played Iowa, and they played Penn State. They're all in the top 4. I just don't. I know Alabama is a really good team, and I know they're well coached by Nick Saban, and they've got the national titles to prove it. They are the big dogs. And they deserve all the credit they get. But I just don't understand the real thinking that Michigan's just going to roll over. They're just going to get rolled over by Bama. I don't see that at all. I think Michigan has a legit chance to win that game.
Yeah, I think that they do as well. There's enough games that Bama struggled in, and that wasn't even the earlier portion of the season, obviously against Auburn. That's not a very good football team, that show you that that Alabama can be had. However, playoff games seem to, with the intensity hike, separate teams. We've seen this a number of times where the same matchups during the regular season would not have been blowouts, but in a high intensity situation where everybody's full go, full throttle, laser focused, that's where we get that separation of teams. And I'm not saying it's going to happen here. I'm just saying it happens.
And he makes a good point about talent. Yeah, there's a big talent gap between Bama and Michigan. They have the 5 stars, but Michigan's won games before without having as much talent as the other team. They've won several games like that before. So, yeah, does it help? Yeah, of course it helps that you have 5 stars on your team. It helps a lot, but it's not the only factor in the game. There's other factors in the game. But that's all I got, Mark. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Moose. Appreciate you being here, man.
All right, go Blue.
We will keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. There you see the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl in Atlanta. Let's see. I've been to one Peach Bowl. That was in 1999 with Clemson and Mississippi State going at it. This is a noon Eastern Time kickoff on December 30th, which is that's on a Saturday. And that's a big day of New Year's 6 games. And Ole Miss coming in at 25-15 in bowl play. They actually have one of the better bowl records, but rarely are they playing in this type of bowl game. So does Penn State. And as you can imagine, most of that was under Joe Paterno. And they went to the Rose Bowl, of course, last year and wiped out Utah 35-21. Penn State's a 4.5-point favorite. And let's go to Jackson. Jackson, what's going on today?
Hey, I'm doing pretty well. It's been a good Monday for me. Pretty exciting weekend of football and the college football playoffs. I'm not sure how many people saw that coming. I'm here basically to talk about a take on the rankings that I think is a lot more nuanced than a lot of people's take, and how I understand the argument for putting Alabama at 4. I think it is a decent argument, and I think you can make it based on objective performance-based metrics. However, I think the fact that the committee cited the injury is both bad precedent and should not be a part of the story. I think that if you look at the only real objective ranking system that we have are computer polls. And if you look at the Colley matrix, if you look at the Massey, if you look at the Sagarin, if you look at the mock BCS rankings, every single one of those has a different top 4, but all of them actually do have Alabama placed above Florida State, very marginally above Florida State in some circumstances. But there is an objective argument to be made that it was the correct decision. But also, I do not think that it is right or it is justified to use the injury because, excuse me, he went on national television and used that as the justification, which I think is just completely insane to me and should not be done for the sake of these organizations.
So you would use advanced metrics to determine the playoffs and not necessarily just the winners of the games?
I would say that advanced metrics should be a part of the consideration as far as if a team has an objective argument or not. But I also understand FSU went undefeated against their schedule. And I mean, look at it this way. Liberty also went 13-0. They won their conference. It is clear that there is a threshold that we all accept where strength of schedule does matter, who you play does matter. And according to the computer polls, FSU was right at that line. I think that FSU should have been put in. I personally am an Alabama fan. I will admit that. But going to bed on Saturday night, my 1 through 4 was I had Michigan, I had Washington, I had Texas, and I had Florida State. I wasn't sure what order 3 and 4 were going to be in, but that was my top 4. So I think I would have put Florida State in, and I think that put Florida State in is what the committee should be for over the computer metrics that we actually get. Because the computers also have Ohio State ranked really, really high. Some of them still have Oregon really, really high. So I think this is a situation where the human factor should have seen FSU in their situation, and I think it should have put them in. So I think that, I don't know, I feel like I'm the only one who's had this take on it, that there is an argument for Alabama, but it's not necessarily the argument. And I think that this is a year where, because there is no real objective way to look at anything, it really was very, very subjective, and there are good arguments either way. I don't think it's a huge travesty like a lot of people are saying, but I still probably would have leaned towards Florida State. And I understand, I absolutely understand why Florida State fans are mad.
Yeah, the travesty is that it's an all or nothing proposition.
Mm-hmm.
So you're either in or out, and no justification or no explanation of how close you were can change just the simple fact that you're either in the playoff and playing or you're not. Therefore, there's no consolation prize there. There's no way to correct that in any way. I have always tried to separate who I believe are the best teams in the country myself, my own eye test and metrics values versus what I believe should be done.
Yeah, and I think it's a very, very difficult job. And I think, this is basically the last thing I'm going to say, the last I think it is such a tragedy that this is not the year we got the 12-team playoff. Because a 12-team playoff this year would have been so exciting. We would have had Ohio State. We would have had Oregon. Would have had maybe Liberty coming in. We would have had, some of the marginal teams coming in. We have 7 teams probably that deserve to play for a conference championship. As an Alabama fan, I feel very bad for Georgia. They lost 1 game this year to a very good Alabama team by 3 points, and suddenly they completely lose the chance to win for a national championship. I think they also deserve a chance to play for the national championship. I think it sucks that Ohio State, because of the way that conferences were set up, did not get a chance to redeem the mistake that Alabama got the chance to redeem, simply because our loss was to an out-of-conference opponent instead of an in-conference opponent. And another thing is the college football season at 13 games is so short if you want to actually have a good enough sample size to determine. Like, baseball seasons are like 120 games. You get a really good statistical sample of what teams are great, what teams are not great, what their metrics are. The basketball season has, even in college, has like 30 games. And an undefeated 30-game season in college basketball is a testament to its own. But because the sample size is so small in college football, team quality, you have to get into the nitty-gritty with each individual team, because it's about 8% of your total resume. And I'm just glad that we're going to be getting the 12-team playoff next year. And I think it's really sad that we didn't get it this year, because it would have been a heck of a year for the 12-team playoff.
Yeah, we only have so many non-conference games to give us an idea of how these teams measure up, and by extension, how the conferences measure up, because they're not typically like seeded matchups, because they were scheduled so long ago that it's only by chance, let's say, that Florida State, who's the best team in the ACC, is playing LSU, who would be a 4 seed in the SEC in a non-conference game, and then Texas, who eventually wins the Big 12, takes on Bama, who eventually wins the SEC, and so that's a relevant game that can be analyzed and judged and valued at some level in Ohio State and Notre Dame, but they're just very few. And I would like to see scheduling changed in such a way to provide us with more of those matchups. And that's not to say, every time I bring this up, it seems, Jackson, that people jump to the conclusion that I just want all the best teams to play just constantly. Like, I just want Alabama and Ohio State and Oklahoma just to load up their non-conference schedules on each other. No, I want to see equitable schedules. So I want to see Indiana have to play just as difficult a non-conference schedule as Ohio State, and Vanderbilt just as much as Alabama. Therefore, we can get value out of the non-conference season in terms of evaluating those results and that performance for later down the road when we're selecting playoff teams.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, because we don't do like 130-team round robin, you always get this race to the bottom of, this team lost to this team, which lost to this team, which lost to this team. This team had a great performance in this game, but not as good a performance in this game. So you even have to look at performances within games to kind of differentiate, because our sample size is so small. And I mean, it would be kind of fun to have that 130-team round robin and, the Premier League way. But that's about all I had to say. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you, Jackson. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if this stuff was played in video games and human beings didn't have to run into each other and get hurt, it'd be phenomenal to see every team in college football play every other team. That'd be great. Leave in the chat what game you would like to see in college football this year. If you could see one game, if you could match 2 teams to play one game this season, who would you want to see play? Who would you want to see play? Don't take into consideration. There we go. B chimes in with Ohio State and Georgia. Don't take into consideration the bowl matchups or the college football playoffs or anything. Just what 2 teams do you want to see play? They don't even have to be good teams. Whatever teams that you would like to see play, what 2 teams would that be? All right, let's talk to Alex here at the Voice of College Football.
Hey, how you doing, Mark?
Good, Alex. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. What's going on?
Hey, so I wanted to piggyback on the one guy who was saying that, it's not a travesty, but it is they kind of screwed FSU. I mean, it is a travesty in my opinion. I'm a Michigan fan, just so you know, I'm not a Florida State fan. I mean, the SEC bias is reared its ugly head. I get that the committee had a tough decision. I mean, it really was. That 4th and 31 from Alabama really saved them and screwed the committee. But I mean, we're talking talent, and everyone's saying Alabama has more talent. The -2 is unjustified. You know, I'm going to frankly call that BS. Michigan has been known to develop 3 and 4 stars into 5 stars. And this isn't Madden. We don't have the grade like 99 versus 92. You know, you have the product on the field, and they have looked bad with and without Jalen Milroe against very bad teams. And you can't say the week 2 argument against UCF. So I really think they should be out. And the other thing I wanted to talk to you about, Mike, was Georgia. Do you think that they're really in the top 4? Do you think they should be playing? Because, I mean, if we're going to make the argument that the best 4 teams should be in, I mean, I think they should be in. And Washington's ranked too.
Yeah. So, again, difference between 4 best in my perspective and 4 that earned the spots. The teams that earned the spots, in my estimation, are Michigan, Washington, Florida State, and Texas. The 4 best teams in the country, in my opinion, are Georgia, Alabama, Michigan, and Ohio State.
Yep, and I agree. And, you know, I just think they really showed the SEC bias, because if they were to full on do that, like you said in the prior video, you know, Cincinnati 2021, TCU last year, I mean, you could go on and on. Because, like, if you ask yourself 3 seasons ago in 2023, if Florida State goes 13-0, you'd obviously think they're going to be going to the national championship game and not even getting a chance. Just crazy.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's just really unfortunate. And yeah, I never saw us getting to this point where we would have this season of a Power 5 undefeated team, because we used to have the arguments about a UCF going undefeated 2 consecutive years in the regular season and whether they deserved some kind of chance. But to have a Power 5 team that beat LSU, that beat Clemson, that beat those kind of teams, and not get this opportunity is, yeah, it's unfortunate. But like you say, look at Georgia. They only lost a 3-point game to Alabama. And otherwise, most people have thought that they were the best team.
Yeah, I agree. I just think the committee needs to make up our minds. So, you know, teams can start focusing on scheduling really good teams and just take the 4 best teams, the 4 best resumes, and, you know, go from there. But thanks for having me on, Mark. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Alex. Appreciate you being here. All right. We've heard from Alex, and now we've got Defiant. Hang in there just a second. I don't want to do this again. If anybody's hearing me right now that was on the last live stream, I so much apologize for missing the super chats. I just blanked on it, wrapped up the show, needed to get to the next show, forgot to pull up the tab with the super chat. So I'm going to answer those somewhere at some point. Unfortunately, well, we will just hope that everybody that contributed and sent in those super chats are able to, maybe our next live stream call-in show, I will answer those. So anyway, let's make sure we don't make that mistake again. We got G Calendar here. Thank you so much for the contribution, G Calendar. Appreciate that. James coming in with this. FSU shouldn't have been in with Travis. Overrated. Okay. They were overrated. Okay. So, James, where do you think Florida State should be ranked? 11th? 17th? where should be they? If they are currently overrated at number 5, then just let us know where you think they should be ranked, because they are overrated. All right. Then we've got the most awesomest Chris. Thank you for the 10 spot. If you are players, why would you go to Florida State now? If you are Norvell, why would you stay? If you are Florida State, how do you recruit? Come to Florida State, go 13-0, and this might have ruined Florida State football. Well, fortunately, this is the last year of the 14 playoff. So we know that a conference champion going forward, starting in 2024, has to be placed not only in the top 4, they have to be given a bye. So you are not only assured of a playoff spot, you are going to be given a bye. So if nothing else, you can sell them on, hey, the system's changing. We're in good shape starting next year. Regardless, if we take care of business, go undefeated, then we are going to have a playoff spot. Heck, if we win our conference, so the guarantees become greater going forward next season. Not only the undefeated guarantee, but just simply the conference championship. Utah went 10-3 last year in the regular season after defeating USC in the Pac-12 championship. They would have been in a 12-team playoff as a team that received a bye. Utah 10-3 last year. So the most awesome is Chris. Fortunately, they are not going to have to deal with that discussion with recruits. But they should address that just to make sure not everybody keeps up with all of this. And these guys are 17-year-old football players. Some of them are probably really into this, but probably most of them aren't keeping up with every little aspect of the changing landscape of college football. And that should be explained to them to make sure, okay, you understand what we've got going on here at Florida State from a relationship standpoint, from a football standpoint, from an academic standpoint, from a social standpoint. We got all these good things going that you really like. Understand that what happened to us this year will never happen again, because there's a new playoff system starting that you will play under, and we can't miss the playoffs as long as we win our conference. But it's a good thought there. Then we've got Tom. Tom's got this one. It was a very good move by Michigan to take the Rose Bowl, being it's outdoors and early afternoon LA time. I think that will help. So, yeah, I got to think that Michigan may not be super, super crazy about going out to the Rose Bowl per se. I don't think it's a negative or a positive. It's just a neutral decision. They're basically taking the lesser of two evils in a sense. And two evils being very strong terminology, because this, again, I don't think they look at this as a negative, but certainly going to New Orleans and playing the Sugar Bowl against Alabama is not what you want. So this was an obvious choice for Michigan to say, hey, let's completely get out of the region, force them to get completely out of their region where they're not taking an easy trip to New Orleans and all their fans taking easy trips to New Orleans to support them. And then we've got Cole, Nebraska fan Cole. Appreciate you being here. JJ did not look good versus Iowa. A lot of sketch throws. Yes, that is correct, especially early in the game. I thought that there were times in the second half that they went to a more up-tempo approach, and they got him in rhythm throwing to the outside. They designed some things where they either crisscrossed some receivers or they created motion to pull a defender away, and they had single coverage on the outside, and they ran. He hit some nice shots to the sideline that were 11 or 12-yard throws from the line of scrimmage. They were actually more like 25 or 30-yard throws, talking about throwing all the way from possibly mid-hash, all the way to the outside along the sideline. But yeah, it wasn't a sterling performance. He was sharp against Ohio State. Of course he was. He was sharp against Ohio State after playing mediocre, maybe his worst game. I know he threw 3 picks against Bowling Green, but he may have played his worst overall game against Maryland. And if it wasn't his worst game in 2 seasons, it was his worst game against a decent opponent in the regular season. Not counting the pick sixes against TCU. But that game, although he gets tagged for the pick sixes, and he should, after that, he went on a run where he was money in the second half of that game. So, yeah, JJ still has some growing up to do in regards to, not mentally or emotionally, am I talking, just in regards to his game. His game is not on point, and nobody's game's on point all the time, but his has come off the rails would be too strong of a way to describe it, but has been off kilter too often in recent weeks. All right, Michael, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the contribution. With the new teams in the Big Ten, what are some new rivalries that could be born? I like that question. That's a good question right there. All right. Well, let me take it a step back and say 10 years ago when Nebraska and then Maryland and Rutgers, and I'm speaking in generalities, roughly 10 years ago, joined the Big Ten. Of course, the Big Ten looked at Nebraska and Iowa, who had a series going. I don't mean a consistently running series or currently running series, but they had stretches of time in their history in which they played. And of course, they're bordering states. And I believe that outside of Michigan State, I believe, and maybe Illinois and Northwestern, that those are the 2 closest schools in the Big Ten. So they're among the closest schools in the Big Ten, and they share a lot in regards to just that Midwestern style, the style of football, old school football type programs, and they wanted to integrate Nebraska into the league in some way. So they made Black Friday a destination of Nebraska and Iowa. They did the same thing to a certain extent, although they've backed off on it a few years. This is kind of strange that they put Rutgers and Maryland together to play the final game of the season, and they would do it for like 4 or 5 straight years. And then all of a sudden, Rutgers would be playing somebody else the last game of the season. Penn State and Michigan State would be playing Maryland, or vice versa. And they did that a couple times in the last 10 years. They just needed to leave those 2 alone. Maryland and Rutgers, you are rivals. Just start playing. And I don't believe in necessarily making teams become rivals, but if you schedule them at a key point in the season, they play in the same division, they're in the same geographic range, they're fighting for the same recruits, they're like programs in some ways, that a rivalry may develop. Okay, moving that forward. Okay, USC and UCLA, already rivals. Washington, Oregon, already rivals in a rivalry that is very underrated and underregarded nationally, I think. I don't know that a lot of people think of Oregon and Washington being rivals, but actually that rivalry, rivals, we'll see how many times we can say rivalry or rivals or a derivative of as many times in a 20-second span as possible. But that rivalry of Washington and Oregon rivals the Oregon State and Washington State rivalry. And obviously those programs have been better than their in-state rivals. So you bring them east and there's nothing there that's a natural rival. It would depend on how the conference would be constructed, but correct me if I'm wrong, because this has gone back and forth so many times, I've lost track. I believe we're back in a place where the conference is going to be constructed with no divisions. It's just going to be 1 through 18. Can you imagine how good you're going to feel about your team when they finish 16th in the Big Ten? We're in 16th place in the Big Ten. Great. But that's what it's going to be, I believe. So unless they develop a division format, like I gave several suggestions. You can look at the videos. I did 2 9-team leagues. I didn't think that worked out well. I did 3 6-team divisions. That worked out better. And I thought that worked out really well geographically, actually. Or you could go with, this also worked out well, 4, 5, 4, 5. Or I believe it was more like 4, 5, 5, 4, going from the West Coast over. Washington, Oregon, USC, UCLA on the West Coast. And then I don't remember exactly the teams, but it was probably Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, Nebraska, and somebody else, Illinois, together. And then it was like Michigan, Michigan State, et cetera, Indiana, Purdue. But anyway, it was 4, 5, 5, 4. And the 4 on the East Coast was probably Ohio State, Penn State, Rutgers, Maryland, regardless. And I worked out the records to make sure that based on recent results, very balanced. But that's the best way to create rivalries, is put teams into situations where they have to play each other. But the Big Ten has already decided what teams are playing, and those teams are already established rivalries. They're not like forcing teams to play each other every season that are not currently rivals. They have only committed to playing the rivalry games that we already know and love. And yeah, that could be born. That's usually born out of competitiveness. The competition usually bears out the rivalries because the geography is not going to do it. It's not there. It's not like you just added Iowa State or Kansas and Kansas State, and they can be rivals with Nebraska again and with Iowa. So you didn't add geography into the equation to make natural rivals. So it's going to be purely a big rivalry that could start USC and Ohio State, USC and Michigan, just because if they're battling for the top of the conference constantly and they're playing almost every year, they're probably going to be playing every other year. Although if you do the math on it, it depends. Well, it's different for every team, because a team like Iowa has 3, what is the terminology that they're using? Set games, 3 permanent opponents. So they're going to have less rotation through the rest of the conference than a team like Penn State has no rivals. They have no designated rivals, none. So everybody's open to them. The other 17 teams, and if you're playing a 9-game conference schedule, it goes to show you that they're going to be playing these teams just over once every other season. They're going to play like 11 times in 20 years. Now, Iowa's only going to see those teams because they've got 3 games that are already locked down. And so they're looking at 14 other teams across the conference for their other 6 games. So that's a little bit less than 50%. So they're going to see them less, more like 8 or 9 times every 20 years. So geography and fighting for the same goal and being really, really good, being championship caliber, those are the 3 things that typically create rivalries. The others are things that just happen in a spur of a moment kind of thing. And then that usually dissolves. Like Miami and Notre Dame became rivals because they scheduled each other, and they were very different type programs, at least on the surface they were. The football teams weren't that different, really. But the persona was so much different, and the coaches were so much different. Jimmy Johnson, Lou Holtz, that was a thing. And of course, they were two of the marquee programs in the country. And so it became a big rivalry for a very short period of time. So hopefully I answered your question. Got here, Mark says Wisconsin hosts Bama, Oregon, and Penn State in 2024. Wow, that is cool. So Wisconsin is taking on this new Big Ten schedule, which is going to include Oregon added, and who knows who else from the West Coast. I don't remember. I think it's USC. But I think they have to go to the Coliseum, or it might be UCLA. And then they also host Bama. Yeah, thanks for bringing that to our attention, Mark. Good stuff. All right. My apologies, Defiant. I got wrapped up in all that other stuff and forgot you were hanging out down there. Defiant,
Nah,
how
you're
you
good,
doing?
Mark. You're good. You're good.
I'm sorry about that. I answered those super chats, and then that got me off on a tangent about rivalries.
No, you're good. You're good. No, I live in a state with a great underrated rivalry, so I feel you.
And which one is that?
The Territorial Cup between Arizona and
sure.
ASU.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, I definitely agree with some of that, but I want to go back to that point a little bit. A great basketball rivalry though, UCLA and Indiana. That could be a great basketball rivalry eventually.
True. Yeah.
But anyways, I want to talk about some of these bowl matchups. The Big Ten has some pretty interesting bowl matchups this year, and even including some of the teams joining next year, they got some pretty interesting matchups too. I do want to touch a little bit about the Penn State and the Ole Miss game, because that's one of the most, I think, interesting games, looking at both teams' offenses and how their head coaches are, how that functions. I think that's a pretty interesting matchup. And Chick-fil-A right there, Chick-fil-A, Peach Bowl. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, Penn State, I would love to know at this point how many of their defensive players are going to show up, because I still really just think that their defense was arguably the best in the country. It was certainly right up there. But they are going to lose so many players off that defense. And we know from last year's Rose Bowl that some of the NFL-bound guys took off as expected, but others did hang around and play in the Rose Bowl. I don't know if they're going to approach or look at the Peach Bowl the same. I do think that the Ole Miss offense and what Lane Kiffin brings to the table offensively is certainly a great matchup with Manny Diaz. So those are two of the very best at what they do, going at each other. I believe that I heard that Quinshon Judkins, the Ole Miss running back, has opted out of this game. I believe he's had 2 stellar seasons in the SEC. Ole Miss has 2 wide receivers, and I'm not coming up with their names right now. I believe Trey Thomas is one, and I can't think of the other guy's name. They have made some of the best catches I have seen this entire season. Crazy, ridiculous Odell Beckham Jr. kind of catches in consecutive weeks. And I just assumed it was the same guy, but it was a different guy. Penn State, sometimes teams really find themselves offensively between the end of a regular season that was a grind in a league like the Big Ten, and then what they can bring during a bowl game. They have, it seems like forever that Penn State played. It's been over a week ago now, and they've got another 4 weeks here to prepare. So 5 weeks to just forget their issues on offense, work, have fun, apply themselves, come up with some new wrinkles. And, there's almost a period of time where they can get back to fundamentals and maybe in Drew Aller's case, kind of help him work through some things. And then you see some teams take off sometimes and become a different, especially on offense, become a different offense during bowl play. I do think that's an excellent matchup. Yes, I think Penn State's a better team, but not significantly. I think that 4.5 point spread is right there. I think that's reasonable.
No, I definitely agree, Mark. I think looking back at the Michigan game, I think the Michigan game really brought out what Penn State's offense could be against a defense like Michigan. And Michigan, I think, kind of exposed them in a way on offense because you've seen like all the drop passes and everything like that. But again, going back to the other point too, the other SEC Big Ten matchup is Ohio State, Missouri in the Cotton Bowl. Out of those two matchups, I think the Ole Miss Penn State game is probably the most intriguing matchup in a way. Because when you look at Ohio State, on paper, Ohio State's better than Missouri in most categories. I'll say all categories. And yes, Missouri lost to Georgia, and Athens close. While Ohio State plays in a tough Big Ten East division, while the SEC East is now really the toughest division, I think, in college football.
What jumps out to me looking at that screen is that Ohio State opened as a 6.5 point favorite when the bowl announcements were released yesterday. And with Kyle McCord entering the transfer portal, it dropped to 2.5 because they're going to have a completely inexperienced quarterback playing in this game. But
and I believe I'll say something. I believe also too. Ohio State's like 2-12. I guess I think it's the SEC bowl games. So I don't know if you want to take that into consideration all time against the SEC.
Some people would. I don't, but I get it.
I know.
Because they're just completely different teams. You're talking about stats that were compiled 30 years ago and all of that. But it's to some people that matters, that has a bearing, or it's just some kind of sign or something. But Ohio State has had notorious struggles against the SEC. There's no doubt about that. Now, let's understand, I'm not excusing Ohio State going 2-12 because that's just an awful. Trying to think, 2-12. So they beat Alabama in the playoffs in 2014, and they beat Arkansas in the Sugar Bowl in 2010. But this is not like if Iowa or Minnesota or really almost anybody else, even Michigan, had it that bad of a record against the SEC. Like these are all like top 5 matchups.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, looking at it right now, some of the most recent results that they lost in was against Tennessee and in the Citrus Bowl, Bama the year 95. Before in Citrus Bowl. Yeah, so like
I could rip them all off, believe me. But
but I agree with your point there. Most of them are top 5 matchups. At least one of them was in the top 5 during that game.
Yeah, so the most recent one was obviously last year. They lost to Georgia by 1 point, who was the best team in the world. The one before that would have been the 2020 national championship game against Alabama. So again, it's the number 1 team in the country. Mm-hmm. So their last 2 are against number 1. The one before that, I believe, would have been the 2014 win against Bama. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they won that game. Then you've got the 2011 Gator Bowl. That was the year that they had all the suspensions and Jim Tressel got fired. And they went 6-6 and played Florida and lost 24-17 in the Gator Bowl. The year before was the Arkansas win. They had the 2 BCS championship games in 06 and 07 where they got just trucked by Florida. That was not a game. The LSU game was, I don't want to call it a competitive game because LSU was clearly the better team, but lost that. So they lost 2 national championship games there. Before that, I guess you got to go all the way back to, those back-to-back Gator Bowls or Outback Bowls against South Carolina, 24-7 and 31-28. They were down 28 zips, scored 28 straight. And then Steve Belisari threw a pick that led to a game-winning field goal. And then before that, the two games that they played in the mid-90s against Tennessee and Alabama in the Citrus Bowl were excellent football games. They just had a great team that lost to Michigan that was undefeated, and then they went and played Peyton Manning in Tennessee. They fumbled in the red zone to end the game and lost 20-14. The Alabama game, that was tied with about 45 seconds left. They gave up a swing pass to Sherman Williams to lose the game in the last 45 seconds, 24-17. Then you had the Garrison Hurst Georgia team against Robert Smith in 92 in the Citrus Bowl. That game was tied with about 3 or 4 minutes left, and they fumbled in the red. No, they were down by a touchdown going in to tie the game, and they fumbled in the red zone. And then you got to go back to, they had an Alabama kickoff classic game in 1986. That was a heck of a game with Chris Carter and company. That was an August game. They lost 16-10 in the Meadowlands in New Jersey. And I guess now we're going all the way back to the 1978 Sugar Bowl against Bear Bryant and Woody Hayes, 35-6. They got whipped in that game. They were down 13-0 at half, and then it got away from them after that. I think I've gone through all of them.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Is it funny to know that Ohio State has a worse, one of the worst records I was seeing in the Big Ten against the SEC? I just think that's hilarious because Ohio State like, we're the Ohio State University with all this, but when you bring up the SEC record, bowl games, just like people to shut down, Ohio State fans to shut down. No one talks about it, which I think
one thing you can bring up. Yeah, that there's really no way to. I think I missed one game against Auburn actually in 1989, but anyway, that's that's the one thing that is hard to argue against. I could sit here and make all sorts of excuses about close games, and they did play. Again, if you take Alabama, Ohio State, there's very few schools that you can do this with, but man, they might be, because everybody else has taken such dips that are consistently playing like a top 3 team in the country, like every time they're playing a bowl game, almost every time. Their bowl record, you got to kind of take into consideration. You can't look at Iowa's bowl record and Ohio State's. They're playing completely different levels of teams.
Yeah,
which that's who they are, so that's what they're going to play. But that is one way to shut up an Ohio State fan. Now, it's not going to shut me up. I'll sit there and talk about it for an hour. But in terms of bragging about whatever, and it's kind of strange because if anything, I don't think there's any question in the last 15 plus years that Ohio State has been the one team in the Big Ten that has been most able to compete with the SEC, even with that awful record. They've obviously won twice, and they took Georgia to the wire, and they beat Bama 10 years ago and all that. So they've been the only team that's at a high level. I'm not talking about 5th place teams playing, but at the highest level, have been the only team, until proven otherwise, in the Big Ten that's been able to compete with the best teams in the SEC.
Yeah, and half those losses, you can't say do opt-outs, because opting out is just something recent. So half those losses, were just because
none of them have anything to do with opting out.
No, and I see that a lot with newer Ohio State fans, in quotation marks, like they just started watching Ohio State football because that's the coolest thing nowadays. To be an Ohio State fan. Used to be Alabama, but now it's Ohio State. So they try to bring that point up, like, oh, this guy opted out, this guy opted out.
Okay.
Back in 1979, that wasn't even a thing.
Yeah, they don't know anything about what they're talking about then. Yeah, that is number one. It's a recent thing. Number two, they've played in such high-level games. They've not had opt-outs, and when they have, they won the game anyway. They had a lot of opt-outs 2 years ago in the Rose Bowl, but they won. So they won. So, their opt-outs haven't. They've had a really good bowl record, actually, under Urban Meyer. And now Ryan Day's, whatever he is, 2-2, I guess, in bowl game, whatever he is.
Yeah.
No, whatever he is. Anyway, I'm not going to add it up. But Urban Meyer was 6-1 or whatever he was. Anyway, yeah, they didn't have opt-outs because they were playing such high-level games. Nobody opted out. And when they did, they still won. So they really have, you can't point to any opt-out situation that has hurt them
No.
that I can think of. No.
Yeah, definitely. And then lastly, I want to bring this up, sort of Kyle McCord thing. It's interesting to me that he would leave a program like Ohio State because, you know, they're not playing in a meaningful bowl game. I would think Kyle McCord will want to stay at Ohio State because, you know, they'll have the whole playoff, you know, play the 14 playoff. There hasn't been another team. Like, there's only like a couple teams that won a national championship. Why would you leave Ohio State that could contend? Now you're more automatically qualify for the playoffs to go to another team that may not qualify all the time. I don't know whoever the 13th best team is. Maybe the 13th best team, you know, wants to get Kyle McCord and they give him all his NIL money. Why would Kyle McCord want to leave everything behind and go to another school? And I don't know everything about why he transferred. I almost want to go into a clean mind and say my opinion about it.
So my thoughts are that this might be a case where it was less about what Kyle McCord wanted and more about what Ryan Day and Ohio State wanted.
Okay.
Now, I don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
I just know that this is my guess, is that it was somewhere in the middle where Kyle McCord is probably of the thought. And again, I hesitate because I don't like to say what people are thinking or why they made the decisions they did when I don't know. I'm only giving an educated guess that Kyle McCord's thought is he's the starting quarterback at Ohio State. He had a nice season. He's fine. He's going to get better. And he's the quarterback. And Ryan Day's thought is my job's on the line. We got to get better. I've got heat on me and we need to get better. And we were not at the level of passing attack that we're accustomed to. And Kyle McCord's welcome to stay and compete and show me that he can be better. However, he's going to have to compete for his job. And we're going to bring in somebody who's really good that he's going to have to beat out. Plus, they've got 3 studs, 1 on his way, Air Noland, and 2 already on the roster. And when I say studs, I don't mean they haven't proven it at this level, but they're highly recruited players. We're talking top 5 quarterbacks in Lincoln Keenholz and Air Noland, I mentioned, and Devin Brown, of course. So there's going to be a lot of competition for this job. And I'm just thinking that Kyle McCord figured, okay, I'm out. Now, there's a possibility that it could have been even more extreme than that it might have been Ryan Day sitting down with Kyle McCord saying, we appreciate what you've done here, but it's just not working out to the level that we need it to. And it might be best for you to look for another opportunity.
Yeah, and I feel like if that was the case, I feel like, yeah, he had a reason why. Because like sometimes these players just transfer because, you know, other schools giving them more money. So, you know, finally somebody actually might have a specific reason, and it's not about the money, it's more about the playing time and the coaching staff in place there at that school.
Yes.
Which I think is, you know. All right, Mark, I think that's all I wanted to talk about you today.
All right, Defiant. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Mark.
Have a good night. All right. We got Weestro7. Thank you so much for the 20 spot. That's very nice of you, sir. Thank you so much for that. We've got hi, Mark. Enjoy your show. I'm glad you do. Hey, no need to research on the fly, but would you mind commenting off the cuff on what we know the playoff picture would be if the rules for next year were in effect right now? So I'm glad you brought that up. Where did I put it? So here's your 12-team playoff right here, Weestro. You ruined my next video. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding. So this is the way it would line up. Michigan's the 1, Washington's the 2, Texas the 3, and Bama the 4. Of course, the College Football Playoff Committee made that very well known. Then if you look at the rest of their rankings, Florida State's 5, Georgia is 6, Ohio State 7, Oregon 8, Mizzou 9, Penn State 10, Ole Miss 11, and Oklahoma 12. Oh, but Oklahoma can't make it because we need a group of 5. And the highest ranked group of 5 team is the Liberty Flames. So slot them in at 12. And what we're looking at is the first 4 with buys. Florida State playing at home as the 5 seed against Liberty. Then we've got Georgia playing at home against Ole Miss. Rematch of a 52-17. Yeah. Georgia win. Then, ironically, another rematch here. Ohio State playing at home against Penn State. How about that? And James Franklin would get to try to knock off Ohio State after being, 1-11? I don't think all those are his. Almost all of those are his. He started in 2014. He's been there for 10 years. So he's 1-9 against Ohio State. And then they lost the 2 prior. Am I right? 2013, 12. Yes. They're 1-11 the last 12 years. So he would have that to deal with. And consider this, if this is next year, I don't believe those 2 teams are playing next year. So this would be the next Ohio State Penn State game. And James Franklin would have to deal with all the talk about he's 1-9 against Ohio State. But that would be the game in Columbus as a 7-10 game. And then Oregon and Mizzou would play as 8-9 seeds in Eugene. All right. So if chalk would prevail, we would then have the Oregon Mizzou winner, the Ducks, move on to play Michigan. How about that as the second round game? Michigan, Oregon, neutral site game. Washington, Ohio State, neutral site game. Texas, Georgia, neutral site game. Bama, Florida State, neutral site game. So, man, all of the talk about, and I've joined it, about there just being more blowouts in future playoffs. Man, those look like 4 really good games. Michigan, Oregon, Washington, Ohio State, Texas, Georgia, and Bama, Florida State, if chalk prevails. Now, what's the most likely upset? I think out of those 4 is probably Penn State, Ohio State. Probably. I guess I could see Mizzou possibly upsetting Oregon, but most likely Penn State over Ohio State. So then you would have a Washington-Penn State game. If you're thinking there's got to be an upset somewhere, that would be the one. First round upset. Yeah, Penn State, Ohio State would be the most likely. So that's your 12-team playoff if we were here in 2023. And the most happy out of all the possibilities there, of course, would be, well, a lot of people would be happy about making the playoffs, the likes of Kirby Smart and Ryan Day, but certainly Mike Norvell. All right, folks. Don't know if Jackson's hanging out for the panel, but we'll bring him in here. Jackson, what are you doing tonight?
Oh, nothing much. Just chilling out, talking a little college football with you. And
There you go.
I guess I'm gonna be talking with college football with John in a bit. I guess. How you doing tonight, Mark?
I'm doing well. How do you like
I
these
gotta
bowl
tell you,
matchups?
I mean, everybody talking about Florida State, being left out. I mean, it used to be where like number 3 was squawking, and this year's number 5 squawk. Which I'm not saying they shouldn't; they should, but we know that next year it's going to be hilarious because number 13 is going to be squawking because 10 and 11 got in, but 13 is going to go. It's not fair. It's not fair.
Yeah. Oklahoma is who it would have been.
Oh man, it's just pretty hilarious in a way. But I will say though, I am excited about the Rose Bowl, but the other games that are going to be fun. Penn State, Ole Miss is going to be a good one. I mean, I can't believe that this is going to be the first time Penn State and Ole Miss meet. That's going to be wow. Can't believe they've never played each other. I mean, and both these teams have a reputation for not doing so hot in the big games. You know, I've sometimes called Ole Miss the Big Ten version, the SEC version of Penn State, and Penn State's the Big Ten version of Ole Miss. That's pretty funny about this game.
Yeah, recently I could see that perspective, no doubt. Now, all time, obviously, Penn State has won a ton of huge games in its history, but yeah, recently there's a lot to like in between these two.
Yeah, it'll be fun watching that game. I am pretty excited about the circumstances that led Minnesota to going to a bowl game. I mean,
Yeah,
I will tell you, they were pretty happy. I bet you they were pretty happy about when Colorado State lost to Hawaii. I mean, I'm sure there was a few Minnesota fans just staying up late watching, see how Hawaii Colorado State turned out. They're like, "Come on, Hawaii, get that game-winning field goal! Get that game-winning field goal!" Yeah, they get the game-winning field goal.
well, I'm going to take a guess, Jackson, that there were few Minnesota fans that were as on top of that situation as you were.
Well, I know that I was making sure I was looking at seeing what Brett McMurphy was saying as well, because I know that he talked about Cal UCLA, where Cal was clinching bowl eligibility with a victory over UCLA, but that's no time for another day. Man, that Iowa game really went to Minnesota's head this season.
Yeah, they did not play good football outside of that game. That was their pinnacle moment of the entire season, because otherwise, wow, they played some really lousy football. Now, to their defense, they were the only team in the Big Ten West that had to play Ohio State and Michigan. So those were two crushing losses.
True.
Let's see, they went 4-5, of course, in the Big Ten, right? Am I doing the math
Right.
correct there? Or
Yep.
no, 3-6. They went 3-6. They would have gone 3-6 in the Big Ten. So they lost those two. They had that game against Illinois. I'm sure you remember this well, when Luke Altmaier got laid out on a 4th and 11, and they were in great shape. They had Illinois backed up at the 15-yard line, 4th and 11. The game's about to be over, and John Paddock comes in, the backup quarterback for Illinois, and just boom, 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 85 yards in 3 plays in like 30 seconds, and they lose that game. They were sitting there at 3-2 in the Big Ten with 3 weeks left, and they had just beaten Iowa, so they had control of the division, and they just fell apart the last 3 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, I get losing to Ohio State, Wisconsin, and Michigan, from earlier in the year, but good grief, you blew a victory against Illinois and you got beat up by Purdue and Michigan State. That's just bad. I should have seen it coming when they collapsed against Northwestern in week 4.
Yeah, that was awful too.
I mean,
Of which, or Northwestern is going to be one of my favorite watches during the bowl season. I'm so happy for them. David Braun doing an outstanding job, of course, as Big Ten Coach of the Year, to get them to a bowl game, and not just a bowl game, with a winning record at 7-5. Good for them.
Yeah. Because, I mean, a lot of us, we were just kind of like, Northwestern, I don't even think they're going to get a single win outside that Howard game.
Yeah.
I know I did.
I was right there with you. I picked them 2-10. I just randomly thought, okay, they're going to luck into 1 win in the Big Ten. Didn't know when that was going to be, but yeah, I did not see this at all. And for them to be bowl eligible even before the last game of the season was quite the accomplishment.
Oh, man, that Ruckers Miami game at Yankee Stadium, That's some nostalgia for people that kept up with the old Big East from back in those days.
Oh yeah.
Although it's not very memorable if you're a Ruckers fan. I don't think they got a single win against Miami during that time.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I don't know. I'd have to go back, but yeah, Rutgers and Miami. I think that'll be a pretty decent game.
Yeah. It'll definitely
Miami's got a interesting quarterback situation because they've got, of course, Emory Williams got hurt at the end of the Florida State game, and so he's done. Period. He's rehabbing, and with Tyler Van Dyke hitting the transfer portal, I guess they're down to Jakari Brown, who had decided that he was going to redshirt this year. I don't think it's going to affect his redshirt status. So postseason game. So I guess he's going to get the call for Miami.
Yeah. I am excited about this game. I'm curious about what it's going to be like. I'll be flipping between this game and I'll be watching the Peacock game on my iPad, watching the Bill. I think it's the Chargers Bills. I'm not sure, but I know that's going to be pretty fun. Just be like, what's up on Utah Northwestern? Okay. What's on the Peacock app? Okay. It's going to be fun. Who my kids, especially 2 days before Christmas.
Okra Joe's looking for a sign. So I just gave him one there. I don't know if he's going to be able to interpret that. I haven't made a pick yet, Okra Joe, on the championship, but if I'm forced to make one right now, I just gave you a little bit of a sign that if you can follow my hand motions, then there you go.
Oh man, Iowa, Tennessee. I was thinking a little bit about that just now. Tennessee, they've fallen apart against anybody that's a ranked team, or basically anybody in Gainesville. Oh man, we know Iowa's got a terrible offense. I mean, that we don't want to. I don't want to beat the dead horse on that one. But
Yeah, I will find that entertaining. Those two got together about 10 years ago in the Tax Slayer Bowl, and Tennessee just annihilated Iowa. I think the final was 45-28, but it was not anywhere close to that close.
yeah, that was Butch Jones' second year at that time. And oh man, I
Yeah.
still laugh at that press conference
I
where
can't
he
find
talked
it.
about the champions of life. I'm like, good grief.
Where
But
is the Iowa game? Huh. Can't find it. Anyway, regardless.
why do I feel like it's a repeat of that edit job from several months back when they forgot to put in the Florida Atlantic basketball player where they were mixing up things that happened several months back? Feels like a repeat of that all over again with ESPN.
There you are. All right, Jackson. Anything else for us?
Oh, that's about it for right now. Just getting excited for the Ocho.
Good stuff. Well, we'll keep you backstage.
All righty, man. Take it
Thanks.
easy, man. Stay
Thanks,
safe,
Jackson.
stay warm. Thank you for having
Good
me
to see
on.
you. All right. Yes, the Big Ten with 9 bowl appearances. Do we have any predictions in the crowd, in the chat? Big Ten bowl record, 9 games. So we've got, of course, starting from the top, Michigan, Alabama. We've got Ohio State taking on Mizzou in the New Year's Six, as well as Penn State and Ole Miss. We've got a Rutgers Miami matchup. We've got Maryland. Oh, shoot, I'm blanking. Who's Maryland playing? Maryland. I forgot who Maryland's playing. We'll get back to Maryland. Minnesota Bowling Green. We've got Iowa, Tennessee. And we also have Northwestern taking on Utah, and that is one of the biggest spreads of the bowl season. And those two got together about 5 years ago after one of Northwestern's Big Ten championship game appearances. Let's see, in 2018, that was a really good ball game. They played in the Holiday Bowl in 2018 out in San Diego, and Utah led early, and Northwestern made a nice little comeback and pulled off an upset against Utah in that one. So there you go. But I'm blanking on who Wisconsin and Maryland are playing.
Maryland's playing Auburn.
Yes. Interesting.
And Wisconsin's playing LSU in the ReliaQuest Bowl.
Oh, yes. Those two have a history. So they played about 10 years ago, kind of a quasi home and home. Reliance Stadium in Houston is LSU's quasi home game, and then Lambeau Field. And they split 2 games, 2 very entertaining, close games, 2 really good teams. LSU won in Houston against that Melvin Gordon Wisconsin team, and then Wisconsin came back the next year and actually intercepted a pass late to preserve a 16-14 game. So LSU and Wisconsin, that's a good one. And Maryland and Auburn, I have no recollection of those 2 teams playing, except for, let's see if I'm correct on this one, I believe they played in 1983. I remember Maryland being part of Auburn's what could have been a national championship run in 1983. Maryland and Boomer Esiason being part of their schedule. So there you go. So I love the bowl games, John.
I see that. I see that. Before you go, I just have to say I have a bit of a different take on the Alabama situation than I think people would expect. Because I'm actually very excited to play Alabama. I think that this is in terms of credibility, I think that there's a subset of the college football community that if Michigan were to win the title without beating an SEC team, probably wouldn't view it in the same light as beating Alabama. I feel bad for FSU. But if you look at it from a business, I look at it from the business lens, and I look at it from the fairness and all of that. And from a business lens, it makes perfect sense to put Alabama in, because the ratings for that Michigan versus Alabama with mostly their first string, or Michigan versus Florida State with their second or third string quarterback.
No, you're right. Any national championship is difficult to win and is valid in every such way. But yes, you would have to hear that there's no way you would have done this if a Georgia or Alabama would have been in the playoff. So this is a tainted national championship, which of course it wouldn't be. But yes, you would have to hear that. And when I put that in the title, and somebody, I think, brought that up, and I explained to them where I was going with that, I in no way think that Michigan's afraid of Alabama. I was more or less.
You had to do it.
I was more or less putting that out there because I found it funny that people read into things so much that I don't know if you heard the beginning of the show. I came across that on social media of them showing the Michigan gathering of watching the playoff unveiling, and then their response to the Alabama unveiling. And you hear what you hear. You hear, oh, and on, some claps, and it's very, it's indistinguishable. But people were on social media, oh, you can tell that they're shocked and they're afraid, and so I was just trolling to a certain extent just to get a reaction. But I in no way believe that. I am the last person on the planet who is a mind reader or tries to be one.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of that was just them reacting like we all like. I mean, I kind of thought they wouldn't keep out Alabama, but it's still a little shocking because I don't think we've ever seen a 13-0 undefeated Power 5 team get left out of the playoffs. So, yeah, it was new for sure.
All right, John. Thank you for being here. As always, take it away. I'm sure you will have an exciting couple hours.
We will. You kick back, and I guess we'll see you for Trojan Conquest Live.
Absolutely. Thanks, John.
All right, bye, Mark. And we are back for another episode of Big Ten Live. It's the Ocho here at the Voice of College Football. My name is John Diadamo, and I'm going to take you through the next block or so. We'll see how long we go. I do ask everybody, as we always do, to like, subscribe, tell a friend that we are live right now, because everybody tells a friend, everybody tells a neighbor, or whatever, then we'll grow this thing big. So definitely do that. And when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, hit the Amazon link. And without further ado, we've got first topic here, and we'll bring on our panel. We'll start with the one and only Jackson Johnson, host of the Jacksonian, in the house. Jackson, thanks for coming back.
Oh, thank you for letting me come back here. It's an honor, as always. I'll tell you what, though, if you like some really awesome college football stuff, especially this holiday season, go to patreon.com/MarkRogersTV or become a member on YouTube at the Voice of College Football, where you can get some of the best insider knowledge on college football.
Absolutely. Jackson, helping us out with a plug there. We appreciate you.
Well, I mean, if you ever want a very holly jolly Christmas, it's one way to spend it. I know that's how I spend it right there. I mean,
there you go. We've also got one of our reasonable Buckeye fans, Sean Garner's in the house. Sean, thanks for coming back.
That's nice. I'm sure everyone's as excited to see me as Michigan was to see Bama get revealed for a fourth spot here.
Yeah.
So
sure, it's right there. It's right there.
Yeah, let's have some fun. It's dark and it's cold outside. Stay inside.
Absolutely.
I got
Absolutely.
a feeling if I'm at where you're at, Sean, I'd probably get icicles in my nose. I'd be like,
Absolutely.
And we also have returning to the panel for El Siete, Central Time. Erica Goldberg is in the house. Hey,
Hello.
Erica.
Hi,
Hey,
good
Erica.
evening. How's it going, everyone?
Erica.
It's good. It's good. And we do have Minnesota Dave rounding out the panel.
Hey,
Dave,
how's it
good
going,
to-
everyone? If
Hey.
you hear
Hey,
if
Dave.
you hear any background noise, it's still the carpet truck. So I'm sorry, I'm doing carpet truck wash again. So if it gets too loud, I'll put on the mute. So
All good. And last but certainly not least, we do have Moose in the house.
What up, cuz?
"What up, Moose? How are you, man?"
there.
Hey, Moose. Well, we've got everybody here, and we did have a game. So we're gonna start with the Big Ten championship game that just transpired at Indy. Obviously, Michigan came in there and went 26-0. All credit though to Iowa's defense and punter. That Iowa's defense, I would say, it in a lot of instances looked better than Ohio State's defense and Penn State's defense. I mean, Iowa really came to play, and I was impressed. I'm gonna start with Erica. Just your reactions on the game and kind of from all angles, because I would say if you had even an Illinois level offense, or definitely Penn State level offense, you'd be winning the title.
I don't want Illinois level anything. But anyway, I hate the Illini. And I live in Illinois, so that says something. But anyway, no, I mean, the first thing I guess I'll say is those people who thought Iowa would just stay home and not show anything in the sense of not wanting it are flipping nuts.
Mm-hmm.
The score doesn't tell the whole story here. We held Michigan to 3.3 yards per play. So that's not too bad, I don't think. And that defense, I don't care what anyone says. You can insult the offense all you want, and it's merited. But saying that Iowa is a horrible team, period, you haven't seen our defense if you say that type of crap. I'm sorry. And those who've also said that we've played nobody and stuff like that, and that's why our defensive numbers are, maybe elevated or whatever. Well, you didn't watch the game then against Michigan if you're still saying that crap. So that's my reaction to the game. And
Well,
also,
Erica-
another thing too. Sorry,
Yeah.
one other thing too. I didn't really like the officiating, but that's a problem. It seems like everywhere. I didn't realize it was acceptable to pound down a quarterback like it's the WWE. But hey, maybe there's a new rule I'm not aware of that's permitted. Whatever.
Erica, I couldn't help but notice that punt return stop by Iowa. That was a tremendous stop by Iowa that I
Mhm.
noticed.
Yeah,
Was that-
that was a horrible play because, our special teams doesn't usually allow that crap. But it's good to see that we had somebody who was capable of running all across the field and catching them before,
That's
Was that the pumper?
Samaj Morgan. That's Samaj Morgan. That dude's going to be a superstar. So no shame in that.
Yeah, and you know what? He's going to be the next Cooper DeJean, I think, because he also plays on the defensive side
Yeah,
of the
he's
ball.
talented.
Samaj Morgan's a receiver.
He's just a freshman
Receiver.
too, Erica.
Receiver, yeah.
Yeah.
But still receiver and return and receiver. Yeah, so he can be used in a lot of different places on the field for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I hope
I will say, Erica, Iowa definitely did play us the best out of any defense we played this year. They held Michigan to 66 yards, and that's the first time I believe that anyone's held Michigan under 100 yards rushing. So that's impressive.
Yeah, and that's why I say the score here doesn't show the whole story. It just doesn't. Everybody knows about Iowa's issues on offense. That's not breaking news. But it's just, the other thing, I think, John, I said it to you, that it's irritating because if we had an offense, man, if we had an offense.
That's what I've been saying.
I've been saying it for years too, but this just reinforces it once again for like the millionth time that if we actually had, I don't even need a top 5 offense.
No.
We don't even need, that would be great, but we don't even need that. It's pathetic that nothing can be done, and it's also pathetic that Kirk Ferentz hasn't been taking the new OC hire seriously enough. And I guess that's another story we can talk about another time. But yeah.
Well, you guys kept you kept Michigan to, like you said, 4.9 yards a pass, 1.9 yards a rush. That's impressive. I don't think you've seen numbers that low from Michigan in many other games this year.
The other thing that jumps out at me as an Iowa fan is the 7 penalties. I mean, 3 of those 7 were on the same offensive lineman, and that just made me so angry because he's not a freshman or anything like that. That made me so angry. And, Iowa usually doesn't get a lot of penalties. So that just, on my part, that just reinforced the frustration I felt with the O-line all season long. Getting 1 penalty is not acceptable, but getting 3 is like, get him the hell out of the game. I was watching the game with my parents, and I actually said that to them.
I got to be honest, Erica. I've got a feeling that Tennessee team is not going to like going against that Iowa defense.
I do too, Jackson. I think they're going to struggle.
Iowa
I think they're
defense
going to
going to
struggle
get out
bad.
the belt and just spank Tennessee.
Yeah, I think that's definitely possible. And, it goes back to what I said, at the start of my comments, that anyone who said that the stats were only high because we played, inferior competition, they did not watch this game against Michigan if people are still saying that. And I think Tennessee is going to have to look at this and figure out what the heck they're going to do.
Let's go to Moose, and then we'll go to everybody else. But Moose, from the Michigan perspective, did it look like the play calling, especially we saw what they
That's
did
what I was going to say.
Against Ohio State with Donovan Edwards double pass. They had Alex Orgean again against Iowa, but what did you think that their mindset was kind of going into this game?
I think it was just try to get out injury free and get the win and do very basic. And I don't mean any disrespect to that. It just looked like, to me, Michigan's offense, like you said, John, was very vanilla in their play calling. There wasn't a lot of I didn't see a lot of trickery. I didn't see I just saw very basic plays. I didn't see a lot of very good plays.
It's interesting because my dad made a point, because like I said, I was watching the game with my dad and my mom was just watching because my dad and I were, but my dad is actually pretty heavily into football and all that, and he was surprised that Michigan didn't have such, a stronger showing, to be honest. That's what he said. That's not coming from me, but it kind of did look a little bit not Michigan like. I don't know how to say it because I'm not a Michigan fan, but it didn't look like normal Michigan.
Yeah, looking from my perspective as a Michigan fan at the plays that they were calling, it wasn't very Michigan like at all from what I'm used to seeing. And I don't know if that's a credit to the defense, because your defense did play really well, or maybe it was just the play calling was really, really basic and bland. I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what it was.
The other comment too I want to make, you're looking at what's on the screen. Like, I hadn't realized time of possession, like 23, 28, 36, 32. Like, it's disappointing. Again, it's even more disappointing that we couldn't get anything done offensively given that time of possession, because we should be able to do something with that much time. It's not like the Penn State game where we had it for like 2 seconds.
That's a pretty big discrepancy still. If you're holding it for under 25 minutes in any game.
Yeah, but that's not what it was with Penn State. With Penn State,
you had less than a quarter of that.
Yeah.
It was like under 15 minutes.
That's right. So, but 23, I think that 23 and a half minutes should be enough to get something done. But it's just another disappointment again that the offense is horrific. And, like I said, they need to get the right things going, and they have the opportunity to really change things with this OC hire. I mean, Iowa doesn't have as much money as like Bama or Georgia or Michigan or anything like that, but we also are not bottom tier as far as money that we have at our disposal. We're in the Big Ten, for crying out loud. And Iowa does have 2 collectives, and we should be able to have the money to get good players, which I think we do have some good players, but the OC and the play calling was just so subpar that we couldn't get it together. And that's why we need to take seriously this opportunity that we have to make things different. And it just feels like they're not doing that. And it feels like they're going to hire internally from the things I've read online. And if they do that, I think they're making a huge mistake, especially since Kirk's going to leave in the next few years. And this person might end up being a head coach.
Yeah. So, Sean, what was your take on the game?
I don't know. I actually just watched it today for the first time. I wasn't watching this game live because I thought this was going to be one of the worst football games of the year. And it kind of was. I mean, it was Michigan, I said, would do about as little as they possibly had to. And I mean, they kind of did. But their offensive line kind of got whipped in this game. I think you have to be a little concerned with something. Like, I wasn't expecting them to run up tempo, try to get a million plays in, but I thought they'd be more effective than they were. I mean, 213 yards of total offense is pretty inexcusable, Yep. No matter what you're doing. So, I mean, if I'm a Michigan fan, this isn't a real pleasing note on how to go into the playoffs. But, they were coming off of a huge win. And I think they were 100% looking past Iowa. They knew they didn't have to do much to win this game. This game, the only reason this game was 26-0 was the 3 turnovers too. Michigan had 2 touchdown drives in this game, one of 5 yards and one of 6. So,
well, that goes back to these
couldn't run the ball, couldn't protect JJ, and got no explosive plays whatsoever. So, I mean, you have to be better than that going into the playoffs, because that will not get it done.
And those touchdowns you mentioned too, like that goes back again. And I know people are like, why is she complaining about the officiating? But we've been screwed over so many times by officiating this year. Like, I can't take it anymore. Like this Minnesota loss, and now all these bullshit calls against us in this game. And as somebody else, I can't remember who it was. Maybe it was Michigan, man. I don't know. But called in during Mark's regular show. I think it was last night or yesterday during the day, whatever. apparently the refs were also like missing plays too that would have benefited Michigan. So both the Iowa fan base and the Michigan fan base should be upset about this officiating. And I think it speaks to a bigger problem in college football that needs to be fixed. This isn't just an Iowa thing. I'm not saying that either. It's just frustrating because it's one of the teams that seems to be penalized for stuff that's bogus. They don't show the replays. That was another point of contention for me. Like,
That's right. I did notice that.
If you're going to penalize us, show us what you're penalizing us for. Like,
Eric,
we just made calls.
If you're talking about the two fumbles, the strip fumbles, I saw the replay on them. They were both clearly fumbles as far as where I see.
I don't think the second one was at all.
When they slowed it down, his arm wasn't even going forward when he hit it. It came out before his arm went forward.
It's funny you say that because Kirk Ferentz talked about it during his presser. And, usually the refs are supposed to talk to the coaches about what happened and why they made whatever call. And the excuse they gave Kirk, which is bullshit and shows that it's a fraud, is that his arm was moving forward, but his hand wasn't.
Yeah, I heard that. That is
what is that?
Anatomically impossible.
Exactly. So that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's bogus. And then the play that happened where I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the personnel at Michigan. I don't know their names, but I guess it must have been one of the defensive linemen who came and slammed Deacon down like it was wrestling. That was ridiculous. That absolutely should have been called. That's how people get concussions.
From what I've seen, when they slowed it down, it looks like Sanders Still's fingertips just barely touched the ball and stripped it right as his arm was about to go forward. So it looked like a fumble to me.
Well, how about when they called the play dead, though? They called the play dead, and then he got the ball.
Right.
Well, they're saying when they called the play dead, it fell out, and then the dude picked it up when they blew the whistle. So that's why they gave it to him. I don't know.
That's not the rule, though. Isn't the rule that if the whistle blows, the play is done?
It was a terrible. It was incompetent officiating. I think his arm was going forward, but it was clearly blew the whistle before the recovery was made. It was. I mean,
that's my point. That's a big part of the point too. And how is it
probably have an argument on that part, but I think the fumble was legit. I think you should have been making
That's a judgment call. I thought the arm was going forward.
Personally, I think we got a call, and when you're. It's tough because it's we all have Michigan knows this more quite a bit because we've had our share of calls go against Michigan over the years. But I personally thought that there was a little bit of forward, at least what I saw. But would it have impacted the outcome? I
think it would have. I think it would have because you guys wouldn't have had it right into the, to the end zone. Iowa could have defended that a lot easier. So, I mean, you can make the argument.
It would have been 19.
It might not have been worse, but I think it wouldn't have changed the outcome, I don't think.
I mean, it's not.
I don't know. The whistle part.
It wouldn't ever change the outcome.
The whistle part of it was kind of the questionable part too. It's not just about was he throwing it, throwing motion or not. It was they called it dead, and then and only then did the Michigan player recover.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another questionable thing too. I mean, anyway, like I said, it's not just an officiating problem with Iowa. It's across the sport. It needs to be looked at. These things are not acceptable. And it also, another reason why I'm so sour, obviously, about it is because it did cost a game for us, for Minnesota. It did cost a game. So
that I agree with.
I will admit I'm highly sensitive about that because of what happened with Minnesota. But it's a larger problem in college football, and it needs to be taken seriously.
That's with my 11-1 prediction too. So I was upset about that. Go ahead.
Yeah, the other thing I really want to get straight with, since we're talking about bad calls or questionable calls, when are we going to get a targeting call called actually by the rule? Because it seems like that every targeting call is like questionable.
Yes, I agree 100%. And it seems like a lot of times, not just with the targeting calls, but in general calls, it feels like there is such a tendency of overturning them, despite the fact that there's not, indefiable evidence or whatever that expression is. It's like there isn't. If you called something and there's no evidence to overturn it, you don't just overturn it.
Yeah.
It feels like that happens a lot. Like, I watch mostly Iowa, but I do watch some of the other games around the conference from time to time. I can't tell you how many times I've seen it happen to my team and other teams. It's absurd.
Yeah, totally.
Jackson, have you had a chance to check this game out or any of the highlights? Any additional thoughts for you? Oh, you're muted.
I didn't realize I was muted.
You're
Sorry.
good. You're good.
I watched bits and pieces of it, but I watched more of Louisville, Florida State, honestly. But I will say
Two phenomenal offensive showcases. Just testaments to
Double J.
But I did watch bits and pieces of this game. I mean, I am looking forward to seeing Michigan in the playoffs. That's going to be a great game right there. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Iowa brings against Tennessee. Although I've got a feeling Tennessee is going to need a lot of luck against the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think
Absolutely.
that if we get some, field goals or one touchdown or whatever, some type of semblance of something, I think it's going to be a long day for Tennessee with our defense. I'm being honest.
Yeah, all Iowa needs to do is make it a 2-score game, and it's basically.
Hey, Michael Campbell in chat. I understand you're happy and everything about Notre Dame, but this is a Big Ten show. We don't need to hear about Notre Dame news every 5 minutes, dude.
It's an honorary Big Ten.
No,
Honorary
they're not honorary Big Ten enough to hear comments about it every 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
Erica, I do have a suggestion if you want to make things harder for Tennessee.
Okay, sure.
Put the game in Gainesville, Florida.
Where is that game anyway? Is that the Outback Bowl or what is
Citrus? The Citrus.
It's the Citrus Bowl.
Yeah.
It's the Disneyland Bowl.
Oh,
the Citrus Bowl's in Tampa, right?
Down. All right.
No, the Outback Bowl is in Tempe, and the Citrus Bowl is in Orlando.
Okay, I always get those mixed up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is so weird, though. That is one of the weirdest situations, though. Orlando doesn't have a football team. That stadium basically only gets used for that game. It's like a 70,000 person stadium, and it gets used once a year.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was thinking of maybe heading out there, but I don't know. I think I'm going to save it for the women's basketball instead, because that's logistically a lot easier for me.
You think they could make Caitlin Clark the offensive coordinator? That'd be pretty cool.
I was saying if Caitlin Clark had been in the game on Saturday, we might have had a different result.
I think that Caitlin Clark is busy enough with her millions of NIL deals between that and her game.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I saw the commercials.
Erica, you know the name Ben Keeter?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's like their highest ranked. He's redshirting as a football player this year, but he's going to be their Iowa starting heavyweight.
Yeah, he's doing both wrestling and football. Yeah, and he's an athlete, so he plays quarterback and he plays, I think, linebacker.
Yeah, he's a linebacker on the team right now.
Yeah, he's from Florida, and a lot of fans are looking forward to seeing him in Iowa City, so that will be interesting.
Yeah.
So we've got bowl games. And Minnesota Dave, you've got despite the fact that you went 5-7, you had the NCAA exemption, and you will be playing Bowling Green on December 26th, the Quick Lane Bowl. Who's playing even? So your quarterback transferred. So I don't. Do you have any insight on how PJ is going to be handling this?
Well, I don't really know. I think PJ's is basically happy just to have the extra practices for younger players that still want to be on the team. I think at least we know we have smart kids because you have to have a high GPA altogether to get, if you're a 5-7 team, there's not enough 6-6 teams. that you get to go to a bowl game because of this. So I think it's the highest GPA they'll take. For the
Dave,
whole
I have
Congrats,
a
team.
Minnesota Dave, on smart players. That's awesome.
Dave, I have a
the
question
highest
for you.
APR, which of all the 5 and 7.
Dave, I got a question. After Minnesota lost to Wisconsin, did
Ugh.
you stay up to watch the rest of the games, like, say Colorado State, Hawaii? Because had Colorado State won against Hawaii, Minnesota would not be in the bowl game. I will say, you might want to send Hawaii a lot of Christmas cards, like thank you cards.
Yeah, or just don't give them anything at all.
But
Wait till they go to Detroit. Ooh, thank you. I would not be. I'm not happy we're going to a bowl game, but like I said, I think we talked about this before. I think bowl games should be deserved, but and I just feel there's way too many of them. But like I said, extra practice wouldn't hurt. You get to play a team that actually upset you a couple of years back, Bowling Green.
Don't take them lightly,
got
man.
it for
They
being
had a bad
that's
game against
right.
Bowling Green.
Yeah.
How's that feel?
Yeah,
Are you excited about
Minnesota was a
getting
30
shot?
point.
That's gonna be
Minnesota was a
awesome.
30-point favorite in that game. We lost.
Yeah, and this time they're a 5-point favorite, 5.5.
Yeah.
Vegas put us at. So, yeah, again, young team, see what they can do. Had a really tough schedule. Unfortunately, we can't have our already transferred quarterback come in. We got I think he's from. I want to say he was the top passer in the Bull subdivision at New Hampshire. So that's the new quarterback we're getting in for next year.
Is that guy? Is it actually final?
I'm just so excited, Dave, that you guys get a shot at revenge on Bowling Green. I mean, that's going to be awesome. And I will ask you, though, did that Iowa game go to Minnesota's head? Because I know that Michigan State was the last win for
Yes, it did.
What?
Erica got it right away.
I'm sorry. Like, I'm just telling the truth. You guys know me.
Well, I have a T-shirt that says differently. I found.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Well, I know that you guys got smacked by Purdue. You lost a tight one to Illinois. Your winning streak ended against Wisconsin. And
how
there's
did you
that
lose to
big loss
Purdue?
to the Buckeyes.
We lost by a lot.
What's got to happen against Bowling Green? What does Minnesota need to do that they shouldn't have? Well, I do have a feeling they don't need to be playing because like you said, John, they try so hard to be like Iowa. That's not a good thing. No offense, Erica. On offense, that is.
I was gonna say on defense, I don't think that's a bad idea.
True. On defense,
No, we are
great, but
nowhere
on
close to
offense,
Iowa's
that's
defense.
bad.
I wish we were close to Iowa's defense. We would probably beat up if we had Iowa's basically their defense. We would probably win the Big Ten West. But
Yeah.
I don't know. The Big Ten West is such a.
Iowa's defense
You know what the
won
problem
the Big
is?
Ten West by themselves.
You know what the
Literally.
problem is? You guys don't have Phil Parker. Just saying.
Did-
That's the problem.
Did
That might be
Minnesota's
it.
quarterback just go to transfer portal?
Yes,
Yeah,
that's why
yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
they're
asking
both
who they're going to have.
Yeah,
What's
they
going on with Joe Rossi this season?
they
The
got
Greek warrior.
what?
What do they call him? The Greek what? The Greek god or the Greek warrior?
The Greek
Something like that?
gopher. He was the Greek
Greek
gopher.
Oh, okay.
Jason. Yeah.
I'm Greek
You guys
myself, so that's why
see-
I like it.
Did you guys see LFG's comment? And Dave, I'm sorry in advance. Like I don't want to be mean, but LFG's comment is hilarious here, where it says, "Row, row, row your mighty Bowling Green." Some the Greek, Polish. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
unspellable
Damn
Greeks.
Yeah,
Manis, yeah.
it's okay to make fun of PJ for right now until he starts winning
Oh,
again.
John,
Hopefully he
what's
starts winning
fun?
again.
John, you
Yeah,
know what's
Jackson.
fun about that Rutgers Miami game?
Yeah.
It's a little bit of nostalgia for those that are old Big East fans.
Yeah, there's a
Oh.
lot of yeah. If you have fond memories of 66-7 mashings, yeah.
Well, I mean, in 2000, Miami did beat Rutgers 64-6, and in 01 they won 61-0. So,
Yeah.
but I will
Those
say,
were-
I wonder if Rutgers will beat Miami for the first time ever in series history. I'm wondering if they can do it.
They can.
Yeah.
I think this is a pretty. I could see this game going like a lot of different ways. I don't know. If Miami shows up and plays their best, they'll win. But
Yeah.
they definitely don't always do that.
Is this the
They play down.
Pinstripe Bowl?
Yeah, Yankee Stadium.
Pinstripe Bowl.
It was
I
last
love
year
it
we
that
were at
there's
this one.
I love it that there's the Pinstripe Bowl. I love it that they're playing bowl games at Yankee Stadium and Fenway Park. Now I just want to see a Wrigley Field Bowl.
You know what?
I'll be happy as a fit.
We did that already. Didn't we do that this year earlier?
we did all
No, we
classics.
had a Wrigley Field game in the regular season. We don't have a Wrigley Field Bowl.
I'll tell you, you run a big risk running it in Chicago.
I was
in the
going to
winter.
say, you don't want to come here in December or January. You'll freeze your butt off.
Yeah.
It's
And
a
it might
different type.
snow.
It's a different type of winter than a New York or a Boston winter.
It's really
Yeah.
in the last few years it's gotten more cold than anything. We actually haven't had a ton of snow in the last few years, but the temperatures, like I was telling Jackson earlier, like we had a few days over the last few weeks where it was like 20 degrees and it was cold. And if I say something's cold, it's cold. I'm used to cold. I was born and raised here.
Yeah.
But I did want to make a comment on the pinstripe. Like Ruckers, they're going to have to also bring their best game possible, because if Miami has any semblance, I don't know enough about Miami to say much, but if they have any semblance of a defense, Ruckers is going to have problems.
Well, Erica, Miami's been a weird Jekyll and Hyde team all season this year. Like, they had a
Miami's
great
back
moment
every year.
against Texas A&M. They pissed away a game against Georgia Tech. I mean, they almost fell apart against Virginia.
That's right.
Georgia Tech was the most embarrassing collapse.
Yeah, I was gonna. Isn't that the one where they should have taken a knee at the end and didn't?
Yeah.
Yep.
And then all they had to do was stop them from going 80 yards in 20 seconds and couldn't do that.
Not even our offensive coordinator does that crap. That's inexcusable.
They should have a bowl game. They should have a bowl game specifically for Texas and Miami called the "We're Back Every Year" bowl.
They had a tremendous double overtime victory against Clemson earlier this year.
That's Oh well, so Miami's favored by 4 points. So they're a 4-point favorite over Rutgers in this game.
I'll take Ruckers.
Which
I'm just reading a little paragraph.
Rutgers really fell apart the last couple games, though.
Their offense isn't good, but their defense is pretty damn good, though.
I'll just put it this way: we scored 22 points on them. They scored nothing on us.
Yeah. That was one of those games. After the Ohio State, something happened to both Maryland and Rutgers where they had a really good 2.5 quarters against Ohio State, then got ran off the field and then fell apart for a couple weeks.
It's like they gave all their effort to that one half towards Ohio State and forgot how to play otherwise.
Both of them got broken by Ohio State.
It's like Rutgers had a bad November. They didn't win a single game. I'm just like, oh my god!
They got absolutely manhandled by Maryland the last week.
What was the score with Maryland?
I forget. It was
42-24.
42.
42-24. Yep.
Oof.
I think they added some window dressing scoring in that game late too. So
I thought that Rutgers was supposed to have a decent defense. What happened?
They fell apart. That's what I said. They finished
Where's
the
Keep
season terrible.
Chopping at? We need to keep Chopping here so he can explain to us what happened.
Yeah, Keep Chopping needs to come back. We miss our resident Ruckers fan.
So Keep Chopping, if
Chopping
you're
wood.
somewhere in the universe, please join us.
Absolutely.
Keep chopping wood, buddy.
Absolutely. So we'll be looking for that at Yankee Stadium.
Oh, that's gonna be a great one. The music.
Now
Music City, the one where we killed Kentucky last year. I remember that game.
Yes.
Remember
Blew
the Big
them
Ten
out.
never wins against the SEC. Remember that?
You guys shut them out. It was great.
I thought the Spanish
a
more.
certain
I thought the
somebody
Spanish more in
that
the SEC.
was not too happy about it, but he was pretty happy about Georgia winning it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I thought I was told that the Big Ten can never beat the SEC.
Yeah, where's the real at?
You'd think
thought
that
the
if you
Spanish
watched
one.
the show long enough, you'd think that. But
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't understand.
Sorry, I was breaking up there.
You're good. We
Well,
just
well,
moved
Erica,
on
you-
to
well, Erica, you know
Maryland
that
versus
when
Auburn.
you play the SEC, you have no
Okay.
shot. You have no
Yeah, I
chance.
guess. Hey, you know,
There it
DeReal's
is.
here. Like, DeReal, I mean, I don't know what
up?
happened. What happened? Like, I thought the Big Ten can't beat
Going
the
on?
SEC. I don't understand.
Oh boy.
Yeah, how did you lose
I'm just
to
saying.
Iowa twice?
That is tough. Yeah.
Iowa's record against the SEC though is not particularly good. I would not be.
Yeah, but I heard that we never beat the SEC. That's what the Big Ten does. Like,
Well,
lose
the
against
Big Ten can't beat the SEC. That's the narrative, right? You can't ever beat the SEC.
Yeah, it's just not possible.
So Auburn is let's see here. Auburn versus Maryland. It looks like they're a 2.5 point favorite in the game, which is kind of surprising to me because I guess they're factoring in that Alabama struggled against them.
Wait. You thought they'd be higher? Maryland's a 2.5 point favorite, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't help but notice the series history of Auburn and Maryland. Last time they played each other was 1983, where they were both in the top 10. And the last time Maryland beat Auburn was 1952 in Shug Jordan's second year.
Did in the '83? Was
Yeah,
that
this
a
is,
year that? Would that be a year that?
Auburn's.
Yeah,
That was the Bo Jackson sophomore.
yeah. I was about to say Bo Jackson.
Yeah,
Yes.
Bo Jackson and you guys know Maryland's quarterback at that time. He's on the CBS now.
Yeah, I think it's Boomer Esiason.
Yep, that's
You
correct.
gave it away with the CBS thing, so.
You know, John, I think a lot of people are going to be taking Auburn in this game because they played Bama down the line. But I'm taking Maryland in this game. I think Maryland's a better team.
Well,
me too. Maryland.
Which Maryland team's going to show up, though?
Maryland's far more.
They
Maryland's
are
far more
weird.
dynamic, but
Hopefully, the one that played Michigan shows up.
I mean, that's
I just
another
have some
tale
questions
of two teams there because they're very up and down too. What I've seen.
Yeah.
Talia said that he does plan to play in the bowl game, which will be his final performance in a Maryland uniform. So,
and we didn't mention this on last week's show, but he became the all-time Big Ten passing leader last week.
Really?
Yeah.
He's going to be
door.
motivated.
Good for him.
Okay.
Yeah, I will say though about this Auburn game, it's going to be a great one, but it's like Erica said, which Maryland team are we going to get? The one that played great before Ohio State, or the one that's been a disaster after the Ohio State game?
Well, they finished the season quite strong. Really good competitive game.
Yeah, that's a fair
game, and then they skull dragged Ruckers the next week. And
yeah, but I can't help but feel that we could see a hot seat coming soon for Mike Lotzley. I mean,
yeah.
Because I mean, Syracuse. If Syracuse gonna get sick and tired of Dino Babers doing that collapsing crap, eventually Maryland's going to.
Yeah.
Yeah, Maryland was in the dumpster though until Loxley came, and the fact is he's stabilized the program and has taken them to, 7-8 wins for Maryland is like 11 or 12 for, a top power.
People don't understand how good of a job Loxley's done at Maryland, man. That's a tough job to be good at.
I think at some point they'll get tired of having 7-win seasons constantly.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, we want 9-win seasons.
That's what I'm wondering. Is he ever
One
going to
thing-
be able
one
to
thing
get
Maryland
the
has-
to get over that?
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
one
Sean,
thing-
go ahead.
Yeah, one thing Maryland really values is trying, and they really need to do is try to be competitive in recruiting in the DMV area. Right there, it's a very rich talent, and Maryland has typically struggled to get a lot of the top players from that area.
That's really not good. If
School.
you're
And
struggling to get
Loxley is extremely
Maryland's
well
loaded with talent.
I'm sorry. Loxley is extremely well connected in that recruiting area. All the coaches know him. Everybody does. This is a good fit for a coach to a job. I don't know if I'd love Mike Loxley in a lot of places, but he's a good fit at Maryland, and he's done a lot of really good things. They are much, much more competitive, recruiting in that area than they were under previous coaches.
Yeah, totally agree.
But is it true that in their recruiting area they don't get a lot of those recruits though?
I mean, all the powers go into us. So you've had guys like Caleb Williams, Chase Young, Dwayne Haskins. Blake Corum's from the Baltimore area. Never mind, but they have a lot of guys that end up going to different places. Yeah.
Yeah,
and so the very, very top 5-star guys, they haven't gotten. Loxley's starting to get more of those guys.
Because if he's so well connected, it's a little bit surprising to me that he can't get more of those recruits that are local. Because I'm just comparing it to the situation.
He has been doing it. That's what I'm saying. It's
a work in progress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, they're much better, and
because to me, if you're from an area that's got a lot of talent, or talent specific areas, like you should be able to recruit your own state or your own region. Like,
yeah,
that's why Iowa's so good at defense, partially because a lot of the guys who are good at defense are these underknown talents in Iowa that live in the boonies. Like Cooper DeJean, he's not from Des Moines, he's not from Iowa City. He's from a high school that was four towns together. So,
I keep hearing these stories on Iowa about like a lot of their players play like 8-man football in high school and stuff.
Yeah,
like
they play.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
that's a big thing in Minnesota too.
Yeah, Minnesota, there's a lot of, as far as recruiting and stuff like that, I feel like there's a lot of similarities between the two schools for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I will say Maryland has a much different culture than most of the rest of the Big Ten schools. They're not quite as intense about their football. It's a metro school. It's in a very, very densely populated area. There's a lot going on there. It's a big sports area.
Well, I don't know. One of Iowa's main recruiting sources is the Chicago area.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like, and when I went to Iowa back further than I wish to admit, 25% of the student population was from Illinois. So I think that's still the case, if not more. So there's some similarities there in a weird way too. I don't know.
Does Illinois get to do what they used to do with Minnesota with the tuition, where you got to pay in-state tuition even if you were from Illinois going to Iowa?
Well, I was there as a grad student, so I had a TA-ship. I don't know how that works, but I do know, and I don't know if this is still true, but I know when I was looking for undergrad, we had that deal with Wisconsin.
Yeah, Wisconsin, Minnesota. It was at the time. It was Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, North Dakota, and South Dakota schools, all like state schools, not private.
Right.
State schools were able to like charge those states out-of-state tuition if anyone came from those states.
I mean, I would imagine, honestly, the more I think about it, I imagine it's the same deal now because I know, like, for tax purposes, there's certain, like, I don't want to say treaties, I'm thinking like other countries, but like, there's certain tax agreements between the states. So I wouldn't be shocked if there's that interchangeability there, you know?
Maryland is has a lot of talent in Maryland. Michigan recruits there heavily, and New Jersey too. They recruit in New Jersey also.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something. I feel like this game could be a 2-touchdown Maryland victory, with Talia playing in the game. I really do. Auburn obviously played Alabama close, but I think that even like any big team will have a game where they play somebody close. So like Alabama had a game where they were tight with Auburn. Like we've all had those games. Michigan had one, a couple of them. And then we have
And if
them
you're Iowa,
once
every
or
other
twice
game
a
is
year.
that game.
Right. So I don't know. I just think with Talia playing, that's I think
That could be a
without him,
game
it's a
changer.
coin flip. But Talia
Yeah.
playing, I think Maryland could win by like 2 touchdowns.
One thing I think you can look here. Auburn's extremely one-dimensional offensively. They are run all day long, and they run kind of a quirky, I guess single wing option offense. And when you have 15 practices to prepare for something like that, that's a lot different than turning around 1 week.
Yeah, that's true.
And playing, so
that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, hopefully they prepare well. I have a feeling that's going to be a big part of it.
Absolutely. Well,
and I mean, like this is the bowl. Some programs I feel like don't value bowl results as much. Maryland's not one of them. Maryland seems to play their very best in bowl weeks. I think they've won like 4 in a row.
Yeah.
So
sounds
well. Hopefully, the right Maryland team shows up.
Well, they did. Well, they did win in the Duke Mayo Bowl last year against NC State, and they won in the Pinstripe Bowl against Virginia Tech. And they didn't play in the Bowl 2020, but the last 2 bowl games they've been in, they've won them.
All right.
I have to go get some.
Yeah. Okay, Dave.
I'm sorry. I have to get going. I have to get going for some lunch. My phone's about to die. I'm sorry. I just hope that the Big Ten schools, all of them, have a good time in their bowl games. And I hope they basically win every one of them. All right?
Thank you.
There you have it.
Sorry.
Minnesota Dave. Thanks, Dave. Okay.
So, Wisconsin? Wisconsin versus LSU. Does that say LSU?
Yep,
it does.
LSU.
Oh boy!
How did this matchup happen? I looked at that. What on earth? Like, what kind of tie-ins do we have here?
Oh, we got SEC Big Ten tie-ins for a few of these bowls.
Well, yeah, but I mean, this is a 9-3 SEC team against the 7-5.
A horrible Wisconsin team. One of the worst I've seen in years. Embarrassing.
I mean, if I join a confidence pool where you pick every game and then you rank them by order of I know which game I'm putting number 1.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Someone must have decided this after having a few too many drinks. I don't know.
I'm a big fan of the Big Ten, but I mean, I don't see how Wisconsin pulls this one off with LSU, and obviously Jaden Daniels is probably going to win the Heisman.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine he will play in this game too.
Why do I have this weird feeling that LSU will win this game, and then we're going to hear all about him in the preseason?
Wait, say that again.
About how great they are.
Yeah, I said, Erica, I said, why do I have a feeling that LSU is going to win this game? And then we're going to hear about how great they are and how they could be national champs in the preseason.
Well,
I don't know about that.
That's
They're going
to
lose
because there's SEC bias everywhere, and there's certain people, even in this very lovely channel of ours, who are heavily biased. That's how it goes.
For sure.
They're going to lose. They're going to lose a lot of of their offensive production and their defense.
True.
Their defense is horrendous. LSU's defense is terrible.
But
Well-
maybe it's just me. But because of LSU's defense being such a disaster, I could see this game having 2022 Alamo Bowl vibes, where Washington, Texas had a tight game.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Can you
Jeff,
hear us?
you,
Bill?
Okay.
you do realize
Sorry,
how good
guys.
of a team Wisconsin is, don't you?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not trying to
Sorry.
be like cute, but man, like Wisconsin as they are currently, like, no, I just don't see them winning.
I
I'm not
don't
saying
either.
Wisconsin will win. I'm not saying they will. I'm saying they
They
can
won't.
keep it close. They take advantage of LSU's defense.
Yeah, we're
That's the only
almost
shot they
certainly
got.
not. We're almost certainly.
LSU has a bad defense.
We're almost certainly not going to see Braylon Allen in this game either. And Wisconsin's passing game hasn't exactly been like dynamic this year.
They haven't been air raid like they claim. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. I haven't found
Taylor West.
confirmation
Taylor West
either
will like
way. I haven't found confirmation either way if Jaden Daniels is playing. If someone in the chat has found out, I've checked like 4 articles and it said it wasn't clear yet.
Yeah,
I
I kind of think he will. I kind of think he will play. I mean, his draft stock is kind of.
Yeah, he wants to win the
flux.
Heisman. So I'm sure he's going to play.
Yeah.
You see, hey John, you seen what he was doing against the high school team? He was trying to pad his stats, so I'm pretty sure he's going to play in this bowl game.
Yeah, well, they are going to Raymond James. Go to my Tampa Bay Bucks, and so at least from a weather perspective, it's going to be beautiful. And
What's the
this
spread?
is a great.
I don't think this game will be like the Citrus Bowl from last year where LSU beat Purdue 63-7. And I still laugh my butt off when people are like, oh, LSU's the greatest. They beat Purdue 63-7. Here's the thing. Their coach left. That whole team left for the 2023 NFL draft. So, of course, LSU smacked them around and gave them a spanking. Of course they did.
Yeah.
And,
LSU's favored by 10.
I'm
By
sorry,
10?
LSU?
LSU.
I'm surprised there's even a line on this game because obviously everything changes if Daniels doesn't play. I mean, it's
right.
Check it out.
LSU
Says
is
LS.
a 10-point favorite.
Yep.
Check it out, and the chat says that LSU is not the greatest, just better than Wisconsin in this game.
Yeah, it just means more in the SEC, but we schedule high school teams in week 12. That makes sense.
Yep. Yep. Chattanooga. Yes. Yeah. Hey, it works for them, and it just means more. So there you go. So Northwestern, again, this was one that I completely whiffed on, and I wasn't the only one. Didn't think that they'd make a bowl this year, but they are playing in the Las Vegas Bowl against Utah on the 23rd. So, this one could be interesting.
I think it's a good matchup.
Just in Utah, but both of Utah's quarterbacks hit the portal.
That's what I'm saying.
So they're going to be down to their fifth string quarterback.
Utah, really?
Yeah. Their
Oh my
first string,
God.
their Cam Rising got hurt in the Rose Bowl last year, never played. Their backup had a season-ending injury before the season started, and their third and fourth string guys who have been kind of rotating that back and forth are both in the portal now. So yeah,
Ouch.
they're down to QB5.
I hope they have a QB6 in case something happens because that's a little scary.
They might just not throw the football. Might be a wildcat all game long.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I think if that's the case, what about, I know Utah obviously has a very strong defense. Are all those players going to be at the bowl game or do we not know?
I don't. They've got the one that Ellis. He's I doubt he plays. I forget his first name. Their edge rusher. He's a potential first rounder.
All I'm saying
I
is,
don't know if they have that much.
all I'm saying is, if Northwestern beats Utah, I don't want to hear from any Pac fans anymore about you have the better conference. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I
They're
don't
down to
think
their
it's.
fifth quarterback. Northwestern's going to win this game.
I don't think it's too crazy.
Yeah, but
that
it's Northwestern on
It
the other
is.
side.
But I don't think it's that crazy that Northwestern
Exactly,
wins
John.
if that's the depleted state that
Well,
Utah's in.
Barnes is going to the transfer portal. That's what we do know.
Nathan Johnson declared, that he's.
I think Northwestern has a chance. I know that sounds nuts, maybe, but
No, you're not nuts at all. In fact,
it doesn't
if
sound nuts.
I agree with you.
if
Nobody
AJ
thought they
Henning
had a-
plays, then
Well, I mean, nobody
have
thought
we heard
they had
if
a chance against Minnesota. Nobody thought they had a chance to beat Wisconsin by double digits. Nobody thought they could make it to a bowl game. I mean, I wouldn't put it past Northwestern to beat Utah on this one.
Northwestern is scrappy, man. I've been telling people. I've been watching them like the last half of the season. They're scrappy
they've got a chip on their shoulder with everything that's happened. I think that's what it is.
for sure, Erica. I wouldn't doubt them at all in that game.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not saying they're going to run away with it. Like, it's not going to be a, whooping, but Northwestern could very well win this one.
I don't want to call it early, but I'm kind of feeling like I got to go with Northwestern at the moment. I just don't know what my score prediction will be yet.
So AJ Henning did play, it looks like, in the last game at Illinois, and got a touchdown in that game. If they're able to utilize him, then it looks like Utah's favored by 7 right now. That's not a lot.
That's about right. I mean, considering all the opt-outs and stuff. Yeah.
Well, they've been tremendous all season.
That's
David Braun. I mean, that guy is coach of the year right there.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
100%.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm predicting Northwestern right now. It could be close. It's going to be probably like a 3-point game, but
I'm
I
with
could see
you, John.
Northwestern coming up and just showing up for this one.
Yeah, they're going to want it really bad.
And Iowa.
I've got the under in this game too. This is
shocker there.
Take the under. Take the under.
I'm definitely taking the under if I can.
Here's what I'm not getting. Why is the over under 36.5? Obviously, they have whoever is setting these odds has not watched Iowa football all season. And as a matter of fact, I think they need to watch a little bit of Tennessee football again. I mean, good grief. I mean, this Tennessee team has just been a disaster all season. I mean, what?
They've had a couple bad games. Disaster all season. I mean, they've
but
put together an 8-4 campaign. It's not. I mean,
they're not national champs, but I wouldn't say 8-4 is a disaster
against a mediocre Texas A&M team on CBS. They fall apart like always. Florida. They pissed away a big lead against the Alabama Crimson Tide, and
they were leading the Tide. Really?
Yeah.
Right at the beginning, they got off to a gang.
They were leading 20-7 going into halftime, and then Alabama scored 27 unanswered points against Tennessee.
Oh boy!
Yeah, and they won a tight one against Kentucky. They got smacked by Missouri 36-7.
If you look at Alabama's blowout wins, they're all against bad teams. They're all against high school teams. The rest of them are either within 10.
So are Michigan. Yeah, they're all. Michigan hasn't blown out a good team.
They
year.
don't have
Or they
a
played any good
single
teams.
win against a top
Michigan has played
25
better
Well,
teams
hold
team.
on,
except
hold
for
on. We're still
Georgia.
talking about Tennessee here for a minute. I want to hear more.
Yeah.
This is an Iowa fan.
Yeah.
Jackson,
Tennessee,
finish
yeah.
up. I want to hear it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tennessee,
Go ahead,
man,
Jackson.
they don't have a single win against a top 25 team this season. I mean, their wins are against Vandy and UConn, which, I mean, that's not impressive. Virginia, I mean, they've just been poor, of course. I mean, UTSA looks like the best win out of that whole schedule. I mean, South Carolina, they fell apart. Texas A&M, well, we know what they are. I mean, it's just this Tennessee team, man. Why is Tennessee a 7.5 favorite? I mean, if it's like 3.5 favorite, okay, fine, whatever. But
You already know the
7.5
answer, Jackson.
Iowa,
You already know the
I
answer.
get it. Iowa's offense is a disaster.
Yeah.
But you're really gonna say they're a 7.5 favorite
Not
against
just that.
Iowa? Have people not seen that
It's an
scary
SEC team.
Iowa defense? Really?
No, Jackson, no. People don't watch. They don't care about defense. All people care about is scoring points, and that's why Iowa gets so much disrespect all the time.
That's true.
These odds makers, they need to watch all of college football like we do.
And you know what else, Jackson? Listen to this one. They said that Iowa at the very beginning of the season, you know how Vegas releases the odds and all that stuff? They said that Iowa would only win 7.5 games, which we all knew going in was garbage.
They always under the better teams and always over the bad teams.
It's ridiculous.
All right.
I think that being the case, though, I think that Iowa would have a chance in this for sure.
Yeah.
They do have a chance.
Yeah. Mike Fort, you remember a guy named Joe Milton?
Complete ass.
I have very fond memories of Joe Milton. Oh God!
Thank God
greatest Michigan quarterback. My favorite Michigan quarterback you've ever had. Right up there with Nick Sheridan, I guess.
Guy's got a rocket arm, but he's not very. He couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. He's not very accurate.
Yeah. He's developed a lot, but he's still not a consummate pro as a passer. He's still more of a thrower than a quarterback back there. He's definitely better than he was at Michigan. A lot better, but you know.
That's true.
That's not saying much.
I wouldn't say a lot better, but yeah, he's better for sure.
This looks like a first whoever gets to 21st wins kind of game, honestly.
Yeah, well, I mean, someone has to get to 20. I mean, are they going to play 90 minutes of the game?
I was going to score on Tennessee's lack thereof of defense.
Oh, their defense isn't that bad. I mean, they're okay. Iowa can't score on anybody.
That's not true at all. You're
in Tennessee,
absolutely true.
Did you watch the season?
Can't win against top 25 teams.
This is the worst offense in the entire country. I mean,
I'm not arguing that.
Anybody. What?
We've scored enough to win against Wisconsin. We scored enough to win against Illinois.
Yeah,
12.
We
scored 22 on Ruckers. I thought they had a good defense.
20 Rutgers did. That was a good one. Rutgers was 400 points of offense.
Rutgers was probably the shining star of the Iowa season.
Well, he's saying we can't score anything, period. And that's just not factual. I know we have a shit offense. I've said it all year, but that doesn't mean we can't score, period, end of story, especially if it's a subpar defense.
Everybody rolls with a narrative, kind of like, Alabama's just going to run roughshod over us.
It's not narrative. They're last in the country by over 20 yards in total offense. They are.
Well, then how did we beat people? How did we beat people? Because we didn't have a lot of turnovers this year. It was below our standard for turnovers. How do we beat people then? How did we beat Ruckers 22-0?
Your defense is fantastic. You've had great special teams. I'm not saying you have a bad team. I'm saying your offense.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying to you that it's not factual because some of those were touchdowns.
You have to win games like 13-10. Like that's how you have to win.
How did we beat Ruckers then? Explain how we beat Ruckers.
It's one game. That's one game. And
yeah, but you're saying we can't do it, period. You're saying we can't do it, period, though. That's what you said.
Well, the problem is
not being able to do it, period.
The problem with that is that a 13-10 win is still a win.
Yeah, and we're in the business of winning too. That's the other part. People forget that.
I mean, if I was going up against a team with a great offense and a great defense, okay, put them to sleep. Tennessee's offense is pretty good, but I do not think their defense is top 50.
I just don't. I just hope the odds makers, whoever made the odds on this game and made, Tennessee's going to be a 7.5 favorite, put them at the 50-yard line, have them watch the game with a bag of popcorn. You get free seating, best seats in the house, and you're going to see a thing or two on. You're going to see what Iowa's defense brings against Tennessee's offense.
Yeah, Iowa's defense is elite. Very, very, very good. Iowa's defense will keep them in this game. The issue is Iowa's offense is going to have to find a way to score some points.
And I think
if they can do that,
they're not going to blow anyone away.
And if they can do that, though, I know they can win the game because their defense is good enough to win the game.
This will be like a 2017 game. I just don't know who's the 20 and who's the 17.
Right now, I'm going to say that's a Iowa 20-14 win.
That wouldn't be shocking.
Yeah.
I don't think it's I don't think there's going to be even that many points. I think it's going to be 13.
I will warn everybody. I may change that in the next week or so. I don't know yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to watch Tennessee. I haven't watched Tennessee, but still. I mean, with
just
the
to warn
defense,
you, they don't have that many good wins, and
Florida beat them. Put it that way.
It will be interesting. Tennessee is better offensively than anybody Iowa's played except for Michigan this season.
Oh, Tennessee's always horrible in Gainesville.
Was it?
Oh, for me? I said that Tennessee's always horrible in Gainesville.
I was going to ask that. Yeah. So how did that go with Florida? That Florida beat them because Florida is not a good team.
No.
Well, the thing is, if you play the game in Gainesville, they never get it done. They haven't won in Gainesville since, I believe, 2003.
Well, that game, it just came down to Florida's Big Ten quarterback transfer was less shitty than Tennessee's Big Ten quarterback transfer.
I was just looking at the chat here as we've been talking, and J Mommy, I want to point out what she said because I think it's accurate. She says Iowa's still ranked in the top 20, which is true. Their defense is very good, which we just proved this weekend we're more than very good. Like Moose said, we're elite. It's not just coming from an Iowa fan that we're elite. Other people are saying it now. They find that 3 of the other top 5 defenses also play in the Big Ten. Yeah, that's true too. So, I mean, the reason people don't like Iowa, I get it. The offense is, I don't want to swear in this chat, but the offense is, you're explicitive here, okay?
Yeah.
But the defense keeps them in most games, and people don't get that, and people don't like it because it's an ugly game, and I get that. But the name of the game is to win.
Yeah.
Last time
Iowa.
That's the name of the game. So those of you who are hating and all this and saying, well, your offense is garbage. We know our offense is garbage. We're not morons. But we still win games. So you know what? Deal with it. I don't care if you don't like ugly wins. That's just what it is.
Sure. Well,
Iowa's number 4. Iowa's defense is number 4. They're elite. From what I've seen against Michigan.
Go ahead, Jackson.
Tennessee's defensive stats, they're 39th in total defense, 23rd in rushing defense. Let's look in passing yards allowed, shall we? Oh, man, that's bad. I can't find them in the top 25 or top 50.
Who is it talking about?
Tennessee. They're 78th in passing yards allowed per game.
Well, I mean, that's not that bad. There's 133 teams. You're right.
That's not good.
It's not good. No, it's not good. What is Iowa in passing yards?
That's not good.
Out of 133, where are they? 150?
I said to you already that the offense is not good at Iowa. No one is a moron saying the contrary. I'm not defending Iowa here. We're talking about Tennessee stats, and it doesn't sound like they're any good. So
they're not about I mean, they're 40th in defense. They're 40th in the country on defense.
Yeah, but if people
we get it, Sean. Iowa's not good on offense. We got it. You don't have to keep saying it over and over.
But people don't care about defense. They don't respect defense, and want to know why? If the people respect the defense. Florida State would be in the playoffs.
Everyone
now.
respect.
That's
I don't
right.
know where this narrative comes from. Everyone knows exactly. Like everyone agrees that Iowa's defense is very good. They run a good program. I don't think there's really this much slander going towards the Iowa program,
Yes,
except
there
where
is.
it's actually deserved.
No,
Would
there's a ton of
everybody-
slander where everyone like bets against us all the time. You don't have any
No.
idea.
I don't know if I bet the under in every single Iowa game this year, and you guys have paid off tremendously.
True.
Yeah.
Would everybody like to know what ranking Tennessee is on red zone defense?
Yeah, I would actually.
I bet it's
They
probably
are
triple
tied
digits.
101st.
Yep, I was gonna say I bet
in
it's triple
red zone
digits.
defense.
Well,
All
that
Iowa has to do is
And
won't
then
be
Paul
tested.
Wall here. I'd
This
like to
game.
address. I'd like to address Paul Wall's comment. Iowa has never had an offense. That is BS. Okay, buddy. That is BS.
They've had
Because
some
you know
good
what?
offenses.
We've had good
That's total
offenses.
BS.
We've had two people who've been runner up in Heisman. I don't know what the hell you're talking
Yeah.
about, buddy boy.
Yeah.
I
That was-
get it.
that
They're not
was
good. They
dumb.
haven't been good in like 5 or 6 years. I get that. But to say they've never had a good offense, you don't watch football. I'm sorry.
Next-
If you say that they've never had a good offense, you have not watched football.
Next game,
Yeah,
please.
Iowa has elite tight ends every year.
Yeah, that's another thing. You know, we have elite tight ends. People forget that too.
And Iowa normally has a really good run
O-line,
game too.
man.
They're just having a bad year. They're normally really good on offense, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to make this into an Iowa thing, but I just can't stand this narrative that Iowa always is bad on offense. Always on bad on offense. That's not true. We're horrible in the last few years, but not always. We've had Heisman runner-ups, and we have people in the league who are on offense. So stop that narrative. It's garbage.
They have a bunch of offensive players in the league, individual guys, but
Yeah, we
John,
do.
I'll be
Tyler
honest with you
Linderbaum.
about Ole
All the
Ole
tight
Miss
ends that
kids.
are top 10 in the NFL are Iowa tight ends. A lot of them are.
Just let Iowa
Okay.
get themselves a next Chris Doyle, and then they'll be okay.
Yeah,
Erica, you already know I'm very thankful for Laporta in Detroit. He's balling out, man.
Yeah, he's rookie
John,
of the
I
year
gotta
right
be-
now, isn't he?
Yeah, he broke the record for
I
receiving
mean,
yards in the game for a
there's
rookie.
there's that rookie of the year is a runaway right now.
Laporta's
Who's the
a
runaway?
dog,
Who's the
man.
runaway
That dude's
rookie
gonna
of
be
the
a
year?
baller.
You know who his name is? Jim?
So what?
Say that
Who's rookie of the year?
You know who's running away with offensive rookie of the year this year unanimously.
Probably Stroud.
Oh, yeah.
TJ
yeah.
I said
Stroud.
rookie tight end. That's what I said. Sam Laporta
It's
is
funny.
the one who's the best.
It's funny
tight
he
end
can
in the league.
get.
He is really good.
It's funny he could get rookie of the year in the NFL, but he can't beat Michigan.
Okay, come on. Let Ohio State have this because they literally had not had an Ohio State quarterback do jack shit in the NFL since
Yeah.
Art Schlichter. Back when
Yeah,
I
you can
was
have
born.
Stroud.
And I'm
Mark
old.
Schlichter
yeah.
didn't do anything either. So
Well, he didn't. He's the best of what you had, which is pathetic.
no. Art Schlichter is like one of the worst quarterbacks in NFL history. But no, we literally we haven't had anybody. I mean, Justin Fields, he's been okay in the league, but other than that, nothing. Basically, our entire
Yeah, no. Stroud is doing very well. So we're going from a team that obviously has a big emphasis on defense. Now we're going to talk about a team that has a big emphasis on offense. Ole Miss going up against Penn State, and in the Peach Bowl, December 30th, they're facing, and it looks like Penn State has never played in the Peach Bowl before and has never faced Ole Miss in football before. So this is a matchup we've never seen in college football history.
This will be a fun
That's
one.
so
Hey, John?
exciting. We get to see this game for the first time ever. And
I thought
something I've noticed about this game is that Penn State is basically the Ole Miss of the Big Ten. And
That's what I was
Ole
gonna
Miss is
say,
the Penn
Jackson.
State of the SEC.
they both can't beat the best teams. They're playing in a bowl game.
They're diametrically flipped. Old Miss has a tremendous offense and absolutely no defense whatsoever. Penn State's defense is elite, but their offense is garbage. So I mean, they are completely diametrically opposite as far as
It's the battle of we can't beat the best teams in our conference bowl. That's what it is.
Like, I'll be honest, like, don't get me wrong, I do look forward to the Ohio State Missouri game, But I look forward to this game a little more than Ohio State, Missouri, honestly, because somebody is going to win this big game.
I know who it is. It's probably going to be Ole Miss because Penn State's coach can't win big games.
He's pretty good in bowl games, actually.
I was going to say, James Franklin got the job done and the granddaddy of them all last year.
The Utah won the Pac, and they absolutely demolished them last year.
And they won the Fiesta Bowl against Washington 2017, and they won the Cotton Bowl against Memphis in the 2019 season. So, I mean, James Franklin is not a slouch in New Year's Six Bowls.
No,
right. He is favored by 4.5.
4.5.
That's about right. I think Penn State will win.
Too much about James Franklin.
Does anybody know
people that gripe about obviously haven't watched him enough?
Does anybody know if Jackson Dart is declared?
We don't know.
I would imagine. I would be surprised if he does. I don't think he's a big time.
No, Jackson Dart's returning for 2024 next year. Remember, he's going to be returning with Quinn Ewers and a few other guys in the SEC.
He's a good college quarterback, but I think he's kind of limited. I don't think he's ever going to be a first round pick or anything like that.
Oh no, he's not going to be a first round, but he'll get drafted.
Yeah.
And Judkins is only a sophomore, so he'll be playing.
Yep.
This will be an interesting. I would say Penn State, but it's just a matter of are you more of a fan of the irresistible force or more of a fan of the immovable object? And I'll go immovable object in this one barely.
I mean they've been such a disappointment on offense this year, though. Aller's been very bad in every big game this year.
Well, I want to see him. I want to see if Yursik's being gone helps him out.
Well, he's been gone for a little while now, and
hasn't really.
In a lot of these games, they put up. They have like a weird discrepancy. I think they're like 90 something in the nation in total offense. Their scoring offense is pretty good, but that's mostly because their defense does so much work for them. And now they've had nothing as far as like big playability this entire season. I don't know. I can't see them shutting down Ole Miss enough in this game. I mean, it's going to be close. It's going to be a tight game, but I probably lean Rebels in this one.
Yeah. Penn State is tied 59th in total offense.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Ole Miss's defense though hasn't been great this year, right?
No.
That's a minor understatement.
Penn State
trash.
Yeah, I mean, Penn State's gotten shut down, but against elite defenses, like they've gotten shut down against, to an extent against Michigan's and Ohio State's defenses. So, like, Ole Miss doesn't have a defense at that level.
Yeah.
And I looked at the red zone offense stats, and Penn State is 4th in the red zone offense. So it's not going to be looking so good for that Ole Miss red zone defense.
Well, I mean, I think Georgia might have scored. I think their highest output outside of these, little sisters of the port games might have been Ole Miss. I think they hung like 50, 52, 53. If DeReal was in here, he'd probably know. I mean, they just absolutely hung it on Ole Miss.
Well, we do have a friend of the program who's been waiting very patiently, and we appreciate it. We got DeReal back in the house for the Ocho.
What's up, man?
Hey, DeReal.
Hello, guys. Roll Tide, Jackson. Roll Tide.
Oh, thank you, man.
It was 52, Mike. 52-17.
Yeah, okay. So that kind of gives you an inkling of how bad Ole Miss's defense is.
Yeah, I mean, to me, these two teams are basically the same team. They're clearly the third best team in their conference, can't get over the hump. It wouldn't surprise me if either one of these teams wins. It's going to be very interesting to see which unit's worse, Ole Miss's defense or Penn State's offense.
No.
Yeah, Mike, you said it best. What didn't you say? Like stoppable force meets
No,
movable object.
No, it was irresistible force meets immovable object. Ole
There
Miss
it
is,
is.
who wins between Ole Miss's offense and Penn State's defense?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to go Penn State, but I'm going to go Penn State by like a hair, like field goal. Like I feel like it's going to be a matchup where Ole Miss definitely gets theirs. They're going to score some yardage, and Penn State won't get shut down like they did against Ohio State and Michigan. So I think Aller's going to have a much better game than we've seen against the best defenses that he's played.
Well, and I gotta say that Ole Miss red zone defense is gonna have to step up because it's 73rd in the nation. That's bad.
And I'll be interested to see. I'm guessing Chop Robinson will not play in this game, and I think that would be a huge loss for Penn State. Kalen King might not be there either. So.
Yeah, I haven't seen yet. I looked to see if Chop or Kalen King or I don't know about Olu. He's probably, I could see him going like first or second round.
Well, he's going to be a top 6 or 7 pick almost for sure. I think Olu's going to go very early.
Is Chop even healthy?
Yeah, so
he's been playing. He missed he went out in the Ohio State game and he was out for I think a couple weeks after that. He's played he played lights out the last few weeks. He was absolutely dominant.
Okay.
And so he looks pretty healthy to me.
Well, you have to check it out. Saturday, December 30th. Big matchup there in the Peach Bowl. And we do have the Ohio State Buckeyes are playing the Mizzou coming up in the college in the Bowl of Cotton, and with obviously we heard that Kyle McCord today has entered the transfer portal, so I'm assuming that means Devin Brown and what the transfer quarterback.
It would be Lincoln Keenholz, who is a
Devin
true
Brown.
freshman. He's a true freshman. Yeah, the transfer guy, Tristan Gabby, I think he's a deep reserve.
Okay.
Practice body. But the true freshman, Lincoln Keenholz, or it'd be Keenholz or Devin Brown. And bowl games don't count toward against your redshirt status anymore. So Keenholz can play this game. And I'm guessing the thing is, I don't know if Brown is healthy. He dressed for the Michigan game. I don't believe there was ever any serious intention of playing him in that game. They had those red zone packages they were using with him early in the year. They never brought that out. So I don't know if he's healthy. And I don't know if he'll be able to play this game. So it might be Lincoln Keenholz the whole way. And we'll see.
You are a 6.5 point favorite.
Yeah. I would not be touching this game. I've said this all along. I don't care about winning this game. Really, I don't want to see like the guys that are going to be first and second round picks playing in this game. It's fine by me. Like I don't want that for their own sake. I don't want them to risk their futures, and I want to get as good of a look at the talent we have this year. I'll obviously still be pulling for the Buckeyes. I'll be cheering like hell when the game's going on, but I don't want to sacrifice anything to win this game. It just really isn't that big a deal.
Sean, you think this has 2022 Rose Bowl vibes written all over it?
Well, that was a very, very odd game. I mean, we missed 5 guys, I think, in that game, including So I mean, it could be something like that because that's where Harrison and Abuka both made their first starts for Ohio State.
I think we're going to see something like that. Yeah,
you
because
could
I
see
don't know if
something like that
Ibuka
with
is-
Carnell Tate and Brandon Ennis showing up next year. And another one, Julian Fleming, the other receiver at Ohio State, entered the portal
Oh
today
my
as
God,
well.
12
Yeah.
guys.
So, so it will be. I mean, he's definitely not going to be there.
Holy
And
cow.
I mean, and Harrison and Ibuka, I can't imagine playing in that game. So
Well, Harrison,
and
no.
now the quarterback. I mean, yeah. So I mean,
One
honestly, I
question.
think Mizzou should be favored in this game. I don't
They
really
should
see
be.
why.
They should be.
Yeah.
I think a smart money is taking Missouri mainline, and just for everything
Mm-hmm.
between all the portal out and all the declare for the NFL, I'm probably going to watch this game. And I follow Big Ten, especially Big Ohio
Mhm.
State. There's probably not going to be a name on the damn field I recognize.
Sean,
Mike,
Well,
Mike, who
I
are
can
you
see
rooting for?
Ibuka.
Wait, Jackson. What was that?
Don't ask
yeah, I
me
was
who I'm
going to say,
rooting for
Sean,
because I
as
don't
sure
know.
as God's little green apples on that tree, I don't think we're going to be seeing some opt-outs at Mizzou, honestly.
No.
No,
If,
no.
I mean, if I'm at
Mizzou,
Missouri,
there's
I'm not opting out of playing Ohio State.
yeah. They've got a couple pretty high picks. That my Luther Burden, their receiver, he's
I've been impressed with the season Missouri's had this year. I mean, an
Missouri's.
amazing fourth year from Eli Drinkwitz. I mean, this was surprising, honestly. I mean, I feel like I'm seeing the Gary Pinkel years all over again.
Is it just me, or does Mizzou just show up and have one of these weird kind of 10-2 seasons every like 5 years? I
Oh,
mean,
man.
and they started the year off. I mean, they barely beat Middle Tennessee State. They barely beat Memphis. I mean, they started off like, okay, this is going to be another 6-6, 5-7 Mizzou type season. Then we're going to ask if Drinkwitz will even survive after this, and then they just kept winning, and then as the year built on, it's just like they developed an identity. They started playing with a lot of confidence. They blew out most. I mean, they did have a close game against Florida, but they blew out most of the weaker competition down the stretch and had a very competitive game against Georgia. I mean, like, they looked the part at the end of the year. They looked the part of a top 10 team.
Like the game that made me notice Missouri was the third game of the year against the defending Big 12 champs Kansas State with that 61 game winning field goal from Harrison Mavis. I mean, it was just like I felt like I was watching George Blanda and Adam Vinatieri combined when watching that. I was like, oh my God, he kicked a game winner in the rain.
I don't think much of Missouri. I thought they only had two impressive games this year. One was they just took Tennessee behind the woodshed, and the other one was a competitive loss to Georgia. But other than those two games, I didn't see anything from Missouri that made me go, "Wow, these guys are any top 10 material."
Right,
Mike, who are you rooting for? Who are you rooting for?
I refuse to answer this question in the case that it might incriminate me.
John, who are you rooting for?
Mike, I don't think you're going to get incriminated for saying who you're going to pull for, man.
I originally, with all this Bama crap, and I hated the ACC long before this, and I was going to root for Ohio State, and then I made the bum luck of going and watching all the moronic troglodytes on Zach Smith's stream, and now I want Missouri to win.
I go on there sometimes. It's very interesting.
I mean, I can't help but notice the series history of Missouri, Ohio State. The only time Missouri beat Ohio State was in '76 when they had Woody Hayes. I got a feeling Woody Hayes was not too happy that day. He was probably screaming GDs and F-bombs afterwards.
It's amazing to think. God, I mean, at that point, Missouri was pretty freaking awful for during most of that period, and Ohio State was obviously chugging right along.
Yeah,
that's odd that they were beating them in that period.
Yeah, I mean, like 12 guys leaving Ohio State, like, for the transfer port. Oh, my God, that's gotta hurt.
I was wondering what the deal was with that.
Well, outside of outside of McCord and Fleming, I don't think any of these guys were guys that were factors on this year's team.
Were they down the
Oh,
depth chart?
Yeah. I mean, like, Michigan will probably lose a few guys too when the portal when their season's over. They'll probably have some guys that are down the depth chart.
Oh yeah, everybody.
But I mean, it still hurts, and it definitely hurt. I mean, it hurts in a big way when you're going to have opt outs too, because maybe some of these guys could have done something in the bowl game.
All 4 of the playoff teams are going to have opt outs. You're just not going to know about it until after the playoffs over.
Portal. Yeah.
I'm sorry, portal. Yeah, not opt outs.
Yeah, I'm. That's all nice and stuff. I'm taking Ohio State. I think Ohio State's second stringers can beat Missouri, even with all the opt outs and stuff. So
I don't even think their second stringer is going to be playing. I think I know
I think their third string could beat Missouri.
I mean, I honestly bet there's not going to be a wide receiver on that field for Ohio State that I'm going to know their name. There ain't no Harrison, no Abuka.
Oh, you know the name Carnell Tate right now, don't you?
Carnell Tate's not going to play, is he?
He's a true freshman. Yeah, he's definitely going to play.
Yeah, he'll work. So Tate will be the.
I thought he would declare a transfer portal as well.
No. Unless it happened in the last hour or something, then
Fleming did.
Oh, okay.
Fleming.
I'm just
based on the way
I was expecting Fleming. Interesting to me. I thought Fleming would probably go to the NFL after this year. He's
not after this year.
Well, based on the way I hear Michigan fans talk about Kyle McCord, this might be addition by subtraction for him leaving.
No, I don't agree.
I don't agree either, but we'll see. I mean,
addition by subtraction.
Yeah, it'll be. I mean, they're going to have to hit on somebody in the portal. The name I'm hearing is that it's probably going to be Dante Moore.
Oh, please!
It's probably going to be Dante Moore.
Please let Dante Moore go to Ohio State. Please, for the love of God, please let them go to Ohio State.
Well, we wanted him before, but now based on it sounds like he likes his money, and good for him, and wherever.
Well, when I think of Dante Moore, I think of a guy who's high star, low output, overrated, mercenary that has attitude problems. What school do you think is perfect for him?
Oh, jeez.
Tailor-made. Go Buckeyes.
Good state.
Moving on to the next game.
We have made it to the playoff game. So Michigan is going to be representing the Big Ten in the college football playoff against Alabama, and you can hear the cries in Ann Arbor that say, "We want Bama. We want Bama." You hear that all over in Ann Arbor, I'm sure, right now.
That's a bad move to be saying that. That never ends well.
I don't understand. I mean, the idea that I see the video that's going around. That's not like fear or dread. That's like shock. Because if you had told me, that a 13-0 Power 5 undefeated team was going to get left out of the playoffs, I'd have been like, what the hell just happened here?
Yep.
It's simple. They didn't deserve it over Alabama. I mean, the team that clearly deserved it, in my opinion, got in. So,
I believe ready.
Well, I mean, if you look at the committee's own selection requirement, you will not see overall record on there. So,
okay,
it's unfortunate.
Conference champions.
But the problem is,
did Alabama win their conference?
Yeah, but they're not undefeated.
Yeah, but
they're
there's five.
That's not a requirement.
There's
Florida
five.
State has 2 positives. Alabama only has 1 of those 2 that we're talking about right now.
There are 5 conference champions that have to fill 4 spots, so you have to figure out which one doesn't belong. And the fact that Texas beat Alabama means that Texas is going to control the quote-unquote tiebreaker between Texas and Alabama.
I mean, that would be nice if that's what they use, but that's not what they use.
No,
it states clearly on their website, the 4 things they use is conference champions, strength of schedule, head-to-head competition, and comparative comes against common opponent
FSU, from what I understand,
without margin of victory.
Okay, and that's great.
The thing people aren't saying is that this Florida State team didn't go 13-0. The Florida State team, as it's currently composed now, did not go 13-0. I mean, that's just the reality. That loss of Travis just can't be
I
overstated.
just have a question for everybody about Florida State in the Orange Bowl.
Yeah.
Can Florida State have a performance like Alabama in the 1967 Sugar Bowl and TCU in the 2014 Peach Bowl?
I have no idea.
I mean, I think they're going to lose to Georgia, though. I mean, I think they're going to lose by multiple scores.
I mean, that's true, but we don't judge like who we're putting into playoffs.
No. I was just answering Jackson's question. I don't think we're going to see them like show out.
It depends on
with a big chip on their shoulder and beat Georgia by 5 touchdowns.
Georgia's already had some people that are out of this game, and you got to know how much do they want to play, because remember when they got left out and they were 5th, had to go up against 15th ranked Texas. Texas beat them. A lot of these SEC teams, whenever they don't want to be there, they look like crap. And I'm sure DeReal remember Alabama when they had to play Oklahoma in the Sugar Bowl when they had a little hissy fit. Oklahoma threw a fit and just whooped on them because they didn't want to be there. They pouted like little bitches.
I remember
you really feel, Mike. I didn't quite get it.
I remember the last time Alabama played Michigan in the Citrus Bowl, they whooped up on them pretty good. And
second half.
They got left
second
out.
half.
I also remember last year when Alabama didn't make the playoffs and all their players that were key played against Kansas State, and they dominated Kansas State from start to finish. You know, I mean, Nick Saban's just got that magic. I mean, he's Nick Saban.
He's
the greatest.
That's what he is, and that's probably part of the reason they did what they did, because they didn't want to hear him complain.
He's the GOAT.
Congratulations on beating Kansas State. But anyways, back to this. I mean, I just don't understand how people can think that was like, oh my God, we got to play Bama. I want Bama. In fact, I would rather have Bama than what I thought it was going to be, because I thought we were going to play Texas, because I thought it was going to be, Michigan, Washington, Florida State, Texas. And if you ask me right now, who worries me more, Alabama or Texas? Texas worries me a lot more. Texas has got probably the best front four in the nation. Quinn Ewers, when he's on, he's a real problem. I'm not sure. Is Xavier Worthy going to be playing this one? I know he's had some injury issues.
If Michigan ends up playing Texas and Quinn Ewers just dices them up, I can just have fantasies about what could have been.
Yeah, I'm sure you could have. But I mean,
I have fantasies about what could have been all year. This is.
But Alabama has warts. Now Milrose, his deep ball has really stepped up. But on short and intermediate routes, you know what? You missed me on that one. I think that our secondary will be able to go man on man with theirs. I don't think that. I think if you put Johnson, he can lock down Burton. Sanders still can take Bond out of it and just create constant pressure on Milroe, because Jalen Milroe goes down a lot. I mean, there's so much green on that jersey, it looks like a Christmas sweater. So you can put Milroe on his back, keep him from making any sort of dynamic plays on the ground with his feet. This is a very beatable Alabama.
It will be interesting to see, though, this year. Michigan hasn't played they have played no athletic quarterbacks at all this year. None that threaten.
Talia.
No, Talia's a scrambler, kind of moves around. He's not that athletic. He's quick and shifty.
How about Gavin Wimsatt? I think Gavin Wimsatt compares to Milroe.
Well, one thing is, I don't think there's a QB in the country, like at any level that is even comparable to Milroe as an athlete.
Okay, I would say Gavin Wimsatt.
He is like 98% of the way to Michael Vick level.
Oh my God,
he is just almost that level. It is. I mean, he is
Michael Vick.
He is freakish. It's kind of who he reminds me of with how he moves.
Oh,
I mean, he is.
I get the comp. I get the Yeah, I think I don't know about 90% of the way there, but I could see the comparison. Like I understand it.
Listen, John, Mike, it'll be okay. It'll be okay because this will be similar to the TCU game. It's going to happen early. It's going to be quick, and it's going to be painless for the rest of the experience, okay? You'll at least have time to process it, so it's not going to be a last-second field goal that dashes your hopes like Ohio State. It'll be okay, man. It'll be okay. I mean, you tried real hard this year. You tried really hard, and we're all really proud of you, okay?
I
We're
wouldn't
really
count
proud of
chickens till
you.
they've been hatched, real. I really wouldn't. I'm just saying.
I'm very confident with Alabama. Okay, Alabama. I mean, I've got the better players and the better coach in this game, so I'm very confident.
It's not. That's one thing I did want to ask you about. Like when you were on Mark's show earlier today, before this one, and you were talking about all the star ratings. Like, man, I'm not saying star ratings aren't important. Like they are important, but that's one aspect. Like you were very much oversimplifying your argument. Like who has better stats? That's the next question. Defensively, where they match up. Offensively, where they match up statistically. You can't just judge everything on stars all the time.
Well, I get that, but the problem, and Michigan does have a great defense, an elite defense. It's just a chicken or the egg scenario. Is Michigan's defense super elite? Are they the best defense because they're that good, or is it because most of the offenses they play are complete and utter garbage? I can't tell you which is which.
Okay, I hate to tell you that Alabama's offense is not stellar.
I agree with it, but it's probably the best offense they've played, one or two. I mean, it's not like they're complete dumpster fire.
I would take. I mean, I know this probably come to a shock to a lot of people. I'd take Ohio State's offense over Alabama's.
Yeah,
and for a Michigan fan to be saying that, that's serious. That's serious.
Right, but you gave up 24 points to Ohio State, right?
Yeah, 400 yards of offense, and
it's not like what they've been doing where they've been holding like Purdue to 7 points, haven't let anybody inside the 10-yard line. You can move the ball if you've got an Ohio State level offense. So,
yeah, I think this will be a pretty low scoring game. I'm thinking maybe. I would say I'd probably take. What's the over under on this one?
Well, let's look, shall we?
It was.
I would guess
that Michigan was favored by 1.5.
Yeah, I'm thinking like. I'm thinking like
it's 40. The over under is 45.5.
That's a little lower than I thought.
Yeah,
I think the over is going to hit in this one. I think it'll be.
I think it barely. I'm thinking like 27-24.
Yeah, the two things I would be worried about with Michigan is their O-line. You lost Zenter, and I mean, like they did not look good at all against Iowa.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean McCarthy. I just like
Iowa's defense is better than Bama's.
Okay, if I could imagine Bama, kind of shutting down the running game, and I mean, can JJ, without great pass protection, I mean, Bama's pass rush is really, really good. I mean, they're elite. They've got like three guys that are probably edge rushers that'll probably be first or second round picks. I mean, can JJ be effective if he's not getting that kind of protection? I mean, people rag on me because I've called JJ, I call him mid-Carthy, I call him overrated all the time. I stand by those. I don't think he's shown enough in college to say that he's an elite guy. He should be a top 5 pick. I've never seen that from him in college. He's a very, very good college quarterback, but I've never seen him actually carry this team.
Well, I mean, you're talking about a guy that's number 1 in quarterback rating, number 2 in completion percentage. I mean, what more do you want?
Okay, but yet, wait. One.
Hold on.
Competition. Terrible.
Could he be? Is JJ McCarthy, Sean, like Brock Purdy is for the 49ers? He's not the reason they're winning, but he's good enough with the right pieces around him to excel and potentially win a championship with.
Yeah, and he's good enough that he can make plays here and there. But I've also seen him. I mean, when he's been under pressure throughout his career, I think he's been pretty average. I think he's been okay.
Well,
but there's no, but
He
last
has the
year-
highest. He has the highest completion percentage in the Big Ten under pressure. I think it was like 50.
But the Big Ten's quarterbacks are horrible. The Big Ten, like that's not saying much. That is JV. I mean, who's he competing with there? Kyle McCord? Under those?
That was the direct comparison I was listening to. It was before the Ohio State game, but
Well, John, I called out Brock Purdy because if you look at his stats compared to every NFL quarterback, he's like top 2 or 3 in all the key stats. But if you actually watch the games yourselves, he's probably the 3rd or 4th best player on his own offense. And I think that's what Sean's saying about J.J. McCarthy. He can.
Well, I mean, the 49ers have Christian McCaffrey and Georgia the Jungle Kittle and Debo Samuel on that squad. So that does make
and Michigan's got Colston Loveland and Blake Corum, and they've got a really good
Yeah, Blake Corum's like the McCarthy. I mean,
McCorum and Edwards.
And I would take.
I would be interested to see if they use Samaj Morgan more on offense or see if they can find a role for him.
Yeah, I
right
too.
He obviously, I don't know. There's something. He's probably not there as a receiver yet that they really trust to put him in. But
close.
I mean, you've got to build some jet sweeps, some motion. I mean, he's a real threat.
Yeah, they try to do and they try to do an end around with Samaj Morgan. That didn't. I think it went for negative yardage. So they have to try something that.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Iowa's defense, can turn a lot of plays into negative yardage. But
Do you think there's any chance he follows the path of his fellow West Bloomfield graduate Donovan Edwards and makes the transition to running back? Because he was originally his first year there, he was kind of a utility, receiver / running back. Could they put him back there?
I can't see that happening. I don't think he has the tools for lighting up. Yeah. I mean, unless you want to talk like a weird Marshall Faulk hybrid type deal, but I just don't see that happening.
It's possible. I will say, and I'll save some of the analysis for tomorrow, Michigan Wolverines live. But I will say that I think JJ does have some weapons that Alabama's going to have to neutralize, right? Because they're going to have to pick their poison between neutralizing Roman Wilson, who JJ has shown the ability to throw a very good medium to deep ball this year, even in the Ohio State game, double coverage, literally threw it in the one place he could. And he did it by studying film and studying that one defender and what he tends to do, which I thought was really impressive. So he has Roman Wilson, so Bama could neutralize that. But then you have the running game. You have Blake Corum, Donovan Edwards, Khalil Mullings. And then you also have JJ's ability to run. So if they can scheme some perimeter runs and some RPOs where there's confusion and pre-snap motion, the pre-snap motion I think really was what helped us with Ohio State and Penn State in the first half when they started doing that. You didn't really see it much against Iowa except a couple of plays. So I predict that will come back against a team like Alabama.
John, also make sure your coach, Jim Harbaugh, doesn't get too cute in these games, okay? We don't need any Philly specials. We don't need any trick plays, okay?
Matt Weiss is gone. Matt Weiss is gone.
My criticisms of this is like people always shit on those plays when they don't work. And they're always genius when they do. My God, Chris Baker, gambler, they're playing to win when they work. When it doesn't, it's stupid, it's terrible, worst idea ever.
I hate that Roger Goodell's wanting to get rid of the tush push because I mean it's just so stupid. I hate that. That's
Sean, my criticism for those things was that he did it against TCU. He did it against a team he was just better than, I believe. Yeah. I mean, if he saved it against Georgia, I would understand it more. If and probably when they deserve to play in the national championship. But doing it against TCU, I mean, come on, man. You're better than them. You should be. Just beat them straight up.
I get that.
I think he outthought himself in that game, and that's the reason they lost.
Oh, and another thing in honor of Iowa and Erica, we should bring up special teams. Michigan has a special teams advantage as well. I'm not sure if you guys have noticed. Will Reichard has kind of fallen out of disrepute lately. He started off the season kicking really accurately. He's not that good right now. So I think their kicking game is going to be suffering a little bit, and we're going to have a matchup advantage in special teams.
Yeah, and that punter is getting even better. Pinning teams to the 1 yard line.
Oh yeah, Doman's got a great wedge shot.
And Alabama's got a lot of individual talent on their own line. They haven't been, but they have given up quite a bit of pressure as a unit this year. So, I mean, especially the interior, I think Michigan can create some pressure with their defensive tackles.
One negative thing I've noticed for Michigan is they usually have not done so hot in the near sits or the playoff games the last 2 years. But I do remember in the offseason where they had that beat Georgia banner. I think they're gonna be doing a lot better this time around than they will the past 2 times. I'm not saying that's going to be a Michigan win or a Bama win. I'm just like, this game's going to be tough. And besides, everybody brings their A game against Bama.
I haven't heard that even brought up. Harbaugh's bowl record. I mean, Harbaugh's teams in bowl games have been very, very unimpressive. They say their worst performance for the bowls under him. Like, he hasn't won a bowl game since his first year.
Yep, the 2016 Capital One Bowl against the Florida Gators.
Yeah,
well, we should have beaten South Carolina.
It's been so weird. Why? I don't know if there's actually some problem there. Where maybe teams given this much time to scout Michigan and prepare for them, and Michigan just always seems to be out prepared and get out executed and whatever bowl game they're playing.
Well, Sean, it's obvious that the reason is it's easy when you have the opponent's signals and know exactly what they're doing.
Okay, well, here's some things. The unforgivable one was the 16-point cough up against South Carolina. That one was unforgivable.
Yeah, that was
it was unforgivable. Bad. It was unforgivable. I mean, that was one of and that wasn't even one of Michigan's better teams. That was probably the worst team of the Harbaugh era.
Yeah, they were 8-4. Now, I will say the one thing I didn't like, and I can explain this one: the Orange Bowl against Florida State. Everybody we had with a draft grade over 4th round opted out. The one that didn't, Jake Butt, immediately got a career-ending injury.
Wait, no. Wait. I think you're crossing your wires there. That Florida game, that Jake Butt got injured in the Florida State game.
That's what I said. Florida State and Orange.
Well, no. The ones where they had all those guys opt out was when they played Florida, and Florida massacred them in the
there were a lot of
Florida State. Yeah, Peppers held out in Florida State.
That was a classic. That was an all-timer.
Yeah, that was a close game with a lot of opt-outs. Yeah, getting hurt.
No. I think you're wrong on that. That was before players really started opting out. I don't think they had any opt-outs in that game.
Yeah.
We had a lot.
Jabril Peppers.
Jabril Peppers opted out. Jabril Peppers, did he? He did not.
In Florida State. Florida State. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah.
And there was another big name that opted out, if I recall.
It wasn't even it was a running back at the time. He was only supposed to get like a 3rd round draft grade.
Was that Devontae Smith or something like that?
No.
That's not his name.
Oh, I hate that crap. Florida State boycott. No, they should play the Orange Bowl.
Anyway. It'll probably occur to me later when I'm trying to sleep. But I mean, we had multiple opt-outs, and Florida State only had one guy. They had a defensive back, I think, that went 15th overall that year. He played. So this is just a matter of injuries and opt-outs versus an entire complete team. And they only beat us by wasn't it like a 1 or 2 point score?
It was 1 point because Michigan blocked an extra point and returned it for 2.
Yeah.
I think the final score was 32-31.
Yeah, I was going to say 33-32, but 32-31.
33-32. Yep.
Okay.
So, I mean, that explains that one. The other ones just I just, Harbaugh just needs to work better.
Well, the beat Georgia drill, and I've said this, when everybody was making fun of Michigan for the beat Georgia drill, I explained, there was a shift 2.5 years ago, because part one was let's focus on Ohio State all year and do like a day of Ohio State practice every week all year. And then this past off season, they extended that to beat Georgia drills. So now every week they're doing beat Georgia / beat insert postseason SEC team here drills. So like they have been prepping for the SEC now the entire season, and now they get and that's what they were not doing in previous years. They were not prepping all year for the playoff.
So, John, is Michigan contacting the Detroit Lions, shipping them down to Ann Arbor and having them line up against each other? Is that what they're doing? Because outside of that, I don't think it's going to help.
Oh God!
You never know.
You better come back on January 2nd, DeReal.
Mike, I was here when Kentucky lost to Vanderbilt. Okay, that was probably the lowest point I've had. When you lose to Vanderbilt at home, there isn't a lower point than that you can get to.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can say you're a Kentucky fan, but you like to live vicariously through all the SEC.
Hey, I'm allowed to fan the way I want to. Okay, even our basketball team, when Kentucky won their game against Miami, they were chanting SEC, okay? And Kentucky's the premier basketball powerhouse in the SEC.
Oh, the same one that lost to UNC Wilmington a couple days ago?
Hey, it happens. It happens, okay? I mean, it's basketball. The ball happened to bounce weird that day. It happens, Mike.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Well, folks, I guess if we want to give a prediction of who might win this game, anybody wants to chime in on that, and then we'll go to final thoughts.
I'm going to hold up until a little closer.
My honest feeling going in is I think Alabama's. It's going to come down to whoever makes more big plays and whoever makes fewer mistakes. I think Alabama is definitely more capable of generating big plays on offense, and they're definitely more capable, more likely to make the big mistakes. So it's which Milroe shows up, and he's progressed really well this year. I think I'm going to go. Alabama here, like 31-23.
Well, Jackson, I have a feeling I know who you're picking.
Well, I'll definitely wait a while on what my final score is going to be.
Yeah.
But I will say both teams are going to bring their A game for sure. I mean,
yeah. I just I have this feeling.
What are you feeling, like 45-3 or something here?
No. I value Michigan more than that. I see Manny C in the chat's got Alabama 43-17. I saw 41-6 earlier for Bama, so there's some people projecting a blowout. I'm leaning 63-28 type range. Like
63?
63.
63.
So I mean, Jalen Milroe will have to be Michael Vick for that day.
Yeah, he will definitely have to.
I say all these people are putting out scores that they know that once January 2nd happens, we're never going to see them again because they don't want to have to answer for this stupid.
63, DeReal. I mean, that's insulting, dude.
Georgia scored 65 in the national championship game. Georgia could have scored 63 points against Michigan 2 years ago. If they wanted to. If you told them, hey, each one of you is going to get $1 million to score 63 points against Michigan, I would bet my bottom dollar they would do it, okay?
Hell, they can call me and I'll do it. For that much money?
60.
I swear to instead of you talking, why don't you just put on an entire loop? SEC every time you're on screen, and I couldn't tell the difference.
Well, I like Ryan. I like what Ryan's saying and Travis Scott, and I'm feeling like a
We got
very
Travis Scott in the
close.
chat, huh?
We've got we do. We
We
have
got
celebrities in here. And he is saying Michigan by a field goal. That sounds about right. If Michigan is going to win, it's
they're
probably going to be a really close one.
Michigan's definitely going to have to go sicko mode to.
Well, that's not really Travis Scott or somebody be shot, right?
What?
I can't believe 63. I still can't believe that was said. That's like.
Well, you got one person saying 57 to 10.
57 to 10.
That's crazy
Bama.
too. Sorry, inside the end zone. That's crazy.
Everybody can say jackass stuff on the internet. Hello, it's 2023.
I changed my prediction. It's going to be 223 to nothing. Record against.
So we're gonna be the new
or
Cumberland,
a
huh?
certain somebody typing that they thought Ohio State was going to win 63 to 20, and then said, "Oh, I moved it up to 80." Oh my god!
I know there's gonna be some people that are gonna go on their
absurd.
or whatever. They're gonna put on like NCAA 14 on 2 players, and then they're gonna throw the other controller on the ground and just play one and use that as simulation. That's gonna happen. And the final score: Alabama 173 to Michigan 0.
I think no matter what,
that was hilarious.
I think that Harbaugh and Michigan are going to feed off this energy of Michigan can't win and Bama's going to stomp them, and that's what we're hearing. Not just here, but also, I mean, out in the media, out in social land, that Michigan has no chance. That Alabama,
72 to 3? No.
just sew it up. Alabama's going to the national championship game, so why bother showing up? I mean, that's what it feels like, and that's what Michigan wants, being the 1 seed. Michigan wants everybody saying Alabama's going to stomp Michigan. So that's a good
John,
place
I
to
would
be.
like to thank you also. You recommended me to watch Paul Feinbaum the day before the selection show. You were right. It was great watching Paul Feinbaum all day explain why Alabama was better than Florida State, and they shouldn't have even been the 5 seed, and they should have been the 6 seed. So thank you for recommending the Paul Feinbaum show to me. I appreciate it.
You've never, nobody's ever recommended that.
I don't.
So here's an interesting thing. If Georgia had beaten Alabama, I almost think Florida State would have gotten in. I think that whole. I think Texas might have been left out in that situation. I think the reason Texas got in because you couldn't put Alabama ahead of them. Like you couldn't really justify that.
I don't.
Sean, I agree.
Yeah,
and another reason I can't stand DeRillo is that I'm on record now. If Louisville beat Kentucky, we might be having a different conversation right now.
Oh yeah.
I think Kentucky beating Louisville really.
It really diminished Florida State's win over Louisville.
Yeah,
the fact that they lost.
Something else to hate DeRillo for.
Yeah.
I mean, Kentucky's so bad we couldn't even beat South Carolina, but we beat the second best team in the ACC. So that's just a bad conference. I'm sorry, but
it is. I mean, they lost by 17 to a team that won like three games. Louisville did.
Yeah, they lost to Pitt. Georgia Tech, the 4th best team in their conference, something like that, lost to 17-18 to Bowling Green, something like that.
Yeah,
Bowling Green,
38-20, I think it was.
One thing to remember: Pittsburgh is where top 25 teams go to die.
Jackson, this was probably one of the worst Pittsburgh teams in a long time. I mean, Pittsburgh was really bad this year.
Yeah,
they might have Syracuse, Wake Forest might have been the only 2 teams better than them this year in the ACC. They were really bad, Jackson.
Well, and West Virginia was way better than Pittsburgh as well. And they won 17-6, but then again, that's a rivalry game. So, of course, there's going to be tight victories in rivalry games.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody surprised the Alabama fan said that? Tight games and rivalry games. Anybody surprised the Alabama fan said that?
No. It's funny. I'm noticing in the scores, every time there's somebody that's saying that Michigan's going to win, 2017, 24-21, 20 to, 21-20. when Alabama 61-3, 48-2, 173-5. It's like, I mean, it kind of tells you
to
who.
be honest.
My
mind is still blown to this day that Cincinnati even beat Pittsburgh. That still blows my mind.
No, Pittsburgh. They're two bad football teams play the game. One of them had to win.
Yeah.
That makes me laugh because when
mean,
it was Wisconsin
Cincinnati
and Nebraska, I was like, can we just have neither of them win? That was my reaction to their game.
Yeah.
Well,
I like all the games, so there we go.
B Bean says Milrow will have at least 2 touchdowns against Michigan. So.
I just don't.
Two touchdowns.
It's going to be It's going to be a close
maybe.
game. It's going to be a close game. I don't understand these people who are saying it's going to be, 15,000-3. Like, come on.
Well, Erica, how many semifinal games have been close in the history of college football?
There have been
Both
quite a
last
few
year
good
were
ones.
Yeah, but you can't take one year.
About half of them are close, and then half of them are blowouts.
And it also depends what you characterize as close. What do you characterize as close?
How about we say 10 points or less?
Both of them last year. Both of them were within
Okay.
Yeah.
And then how far after those two would you have to go back to find one?
Well,
I would imagine
Ohio State, Clemson. That was right down to the wire, and 2019, LSU smoked Oklahoma, and 2018, what was the Georgia and Oklahoma went to
Oklahoma went to overtime, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Baker
That was a
Mayfield.
high-scoring matchup and the granddaddy of them all.
Ohio State beat Alabama. It was the final margin was 7, but it wasn't quite that close. Alabama scored a touchdown very, very late in that game.
Yeah, we didn't have enough game film on Cardell Jones, so that's what really hurt us right there.
No. Yeah.
Wolverines will do better than Sparty did against Alabama. So that's that's a real vote of confidence there.
Which time that they played? Was it the
that was the 2015 Cotton Bowl?
The 38.
Bama also skull drugged them in one of those bowl games, like 2010-ish or something like that.
Yeah, same time that we lost in Mississippi State.
2011 Capital One Bowl, 49-7.
Yeah, same year that Mississippi State just whooped us like it was Christmas.
Yeah, that was Rich Rod's last game.
Yeah, thank God.
Hallelujah to that.
We got
Brady Hope.
If I was a Michigan fan, that would have been the one time I would have been thrilled to get absolutely mollywopped. Like, thank God we embarrassed ourselves this badly.
And I hate playing Mississippi State too because I call them redneck rattles, and they go that. Those are the most obnoxious things. I mean that I would think that those Mississippi State redneck rattles and the vuvuzela from the World Cups, a few World Cups back, those might be the two most annoying sounds in sports history.
Moose, trivia time. Who were the only 2 teams to get shut out in a CFP?
Ohio State, 2015 Michigan State.
Michigan State, yeah.
Hey,
one team that's a rival and one team that thinks they're our rival.
Oh, this is an interesting theory. Rich Rod was an Ohio State plan to destroy Michigan. That would be really clever.
So Ohio State got to choose who coached Michigan. They got hired.
Michigan apparently doesn't know who is up and down their sidelines, so anything is possible with Michigan.
Oh man.
You guys are never going to live this down here. You guys
I have a. If you do lose Sharon Moore or Harbaugh, may I recommend Brian Ferentz to be your next?
You had to throw that in, eh? Just couldn't help yourself.
Well, I
actually heard a rumor that he's going to the Saints to coach tight ends. So actually, I'm sorry. I think he's not available. I'm so sorry.
I could see that. I did hear a joke that Michigan's punishment from the NCAA will be you have to hire Brian Ferentz as the offensive coordinator, and you have to hire Alex Grinch as the defensive coordinator.
Alex
Coordinator.
Grinch. Oh.
That's your punishment.
And you have to hire James Franklin to make all your fourth down decisions for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Decisions. You have to hire Jeremy Pruitt to be your recruiting coordinator.
You just have all the elements of a dream team there, don't you?
Yeah.
Now,
There it is.
if anybody's going out to Los Angeles, they can do me a favor. They can get about 300 boxes of those oatmeal cream pies and just lead them in a trail out to the Pacific Ocean. And then, maybe Saban will jump in, and then, hey, we'll be even on the coaching front, right?
Oh, man.
Well, I hope Michigan will win because I want to see sad Saban again.
Yeah, maybe whoever was behind that will revive Sad Saban for us.
That was so good.
I want to make this point. I think this is Alabama's worst team since 2007. I really do. I think this might be their worst team since at least 2008.
Worse than last year?
It's been a bit. Jackson, you're the Bama.
Last year they had a great quarterback. They lost a couple games extremely close.
Jackson, you're the Bama expert of us.
They might win the national championship. They might win the national championship with the team.
What was the question?
One of their
John?
most flawed teams in recent memory.
So are you going to do what Josephine?
What was their last team? Yes, I have agreed with Josephine to dye my beard blue if Michigan wins the national title.
Oh man!
Wow.
Are you going to dress up like an
I've
Oompa
never
Loompa
seen
too?
a real life blue beard. That'd be pretty cool.
Oompa Loompa?
Yeah, you could do the
I've
Oompa
never-
Loompa with a blue beard.
Oh man, I don't know about that. I'll do the beard though, because Michigan winning the Natty is worth it.
There we go.
Now, John, does it count if you win the national championship, but the NCAA vacates it later on? Does that count?
Because everybody knows we won.
Yep, and we all know that's not going to happen. Okay.
Well, the final fours didn't happen. You guys didn't make any final fours in '92. So all those that ESPN 30 for 30. That was a work of fiction where it said Jalen Rose and Chris Webber and Juwan Howard went to the national
Never happened.
That never happened.
But yeah, John, what was your question?
Oh, well, the discussion about Alabama and what team would this be comparable to in the past? Because you guys usually have an all-star quarterback or whatever.
I don't think it'd be exactly like 2017 or 2015. I'm having to really think about this one, but it kind of feels more like I don't know. That's a good one right there.
2010,
but that 2020 national title, I don't like to think about the COVID year because I want to just get away with it as a whole.
They've never had a quarterback like this either. Their quarterbacks have all either been like Jacob Coker, Blake Sims game managers, or they've been extremely good, extremely proficient passer. Milrose is unique. He's neither one.
Well, I think Milrose a little better than McElroy and McCarron combined at the moment.
Well, it kind of reminds me of remember that quarterback Star Jackson way back when?
Oh, I
don't know that name.
Yeah, he didn't get a lot of play time, but I mean, if you're an Alabama guy, you know Star Jackson.
Yeah.
Star Jackson.
Well, with all that said, I think we're definitely we hit our time, and I want to give everyone a chance to do final thought. And if you want to share, where can people find you on the internet? We're going to start with Darrell MVP. Final thought.
Final thoughts are: this was a great show, John. You do a great job hosting it. I mean, Michigan's had an incredible season. Congrats! You're clearly the best team in the Big Ten. Unfortunately for the guy in the top right corner of the screen, his team's soft, so that's tough for them. Maybe they can get some more NIL deals with Charmin and some toilet paper companies because of how soft they are. But congrats, John, on the great season.
Atlanta, Kentucky, unbelievable.
Fight on.
Enjoy the Music City Bowl.
Holy crap! All right, just Ohio State catching strays here. All right, we got Mike Ford.
Hey, that's because they
Final-
us.
Just thanks for having me. I'm gonna go out and have a smoke, and I
There
will
you go.
catch you all tomorrow.
No social
All right.
media still?
Don't hold your breath, hon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Well, keep feeling better, and rest up. Okay.
Will do. Have a good one. Go Blue.
Go Blue. Erica, let's go to you next.
Okay. I don't know. I've said a lot already. I feel like just gonna remind everyone once again that we haven't always had a horrible offense, and if you don't like the way we win, tough cookies, because we were 10-2 or 10-2. Whether or not you like it, don't really care. Haters go ahead and hate. We have an elite defense. That's all there is to it, and we'll see who wins this championship. You know, it's going to be interesting games, I think. And Florida State was 150% robbed, but we've already harped on that enough. That's about it. I'm on social media, on Twitter. John, if you could pop my handle in there in the chat, that would be great.
Done.
Basically, I post about Hawkeye college football, women's basketball, dogs, travel, politics occasionally. So if any of that's your jam, feel free to follow. If not, that's fine too. You don't have to follow. And other than that, go Hawks.
Thanks, Erica. Always great to have you.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Sean.
Great show as always, John.
Thanks.
Not much to say. We have excited for our exhibition game, December 29th here. Hopefully, play about 70 players or something in that game. And then it's NFL playoff season for me. So good luck to everybody in their bowl games. And this will be it'll be fun. We got. I think we've got the best, the two best semifinal matchups we've had in a while. They should both be very good competitive games.
Oh man, I'm so excited about the Bama Michigan game, and I'm so excited about that quarterback battle between Michael Penix and Quinn Ewers.
Oh yeah, that ball's gonna get some mileage.
Oh my god, the backstory on Steve Sarkisian. Wow, it's gonna be amazing.
You had two former Big Ten quarterbacks in that game going at it. There.
Good point. Yeah.
Ohio State former and Indiana quarterback, former Ohio State quarterback going against one another.
All right, guys.
I know a certain somebody named Jeffrey that's going to be happy to see Mr. Penix.
There you go.
Only talk
All right,
sports.
Sean. Thanks for coming back. All right. And last but certainly not least, we got Jackson.
Well, of course, it was a fun show, and honor as always being on the Ocho, and especially talking a little bit about Alabama, Michigan here and there. Who knows? I think we'll probably be talking a little more about Alabama, Michigan real soon, John. And
absolutely.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. And everybody, you can find me on Twitter, or as Moose calls it, Twits, at Jackson9099. At Jackson09960335, where I just kind of give my latest updates on where the Jacksonian is going and my latest episodes. And you can also see some of my updates on Instagram at Jackson Johnson 543908 and on threads.net. And you can also find me on YouTube at Jackson Johnson 979, where I have some of the latest episodes of the Jacksonian. And I have some news for two of the upcoming episodes. Wednesday night, I will be releasing episode 20 with Zach Seco, the host of Locked On Nittany Lions, where we will be discussing a lot about Penn State and the 2023 Peach Bowl amongst the topics. And Friday night, I will be releasing another episode 21, by the way, with Richie Barnes, the co-host of Double Fries No Slaw, where basically we go over our take on the Florida State Seminoles and what they should do, regarding the Orange Bowl and what's going to happen and why did they get left out? Was it a good move by the committee? Was it a bad move by the committee? You decide. And it's going to be released. Both episodes will be released first on Twitch, then on YouTube. Stick around. Stay tuned. You're going to see some amazing clips, some memorable ones, especially from some of our past episodes as well. And I'm 245 subs away from getting to 500. I can't do it without your help. I appreciate you guys helping me. And John, thank you again for having me on. And, I got a feeling it's warmer where you're at than where I'm at.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You're always welcome down here in Southwest Florida.
All right. I appreciate the invitation. I'm looking forward to discussing a little more with you about Michigan, Alabama.
I can't wait. All right, Jackson. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you for having me on, man.
All right. And you do have the link here to subscribe to Jackson's channel. So definitely do that right there. We're trying to help it. We're trying to help everybody in the Voice of College Football community who contributes, who likes, who's always here. If they have a YouTube channel, we want to help get their YouTube channel out there. That's how we help each other here at the Voice of College Football. And so, as far as the Alabama, Florida State situation, and I'll have more to say on this tomorrow for Michigan Wolverines Live. We're going to touch on this. I said this to Mark, from a business perspective, they made the right decision. I hate to tell you, but from a ratings, a money, advertising spend, all of those perspectives, they picked the right team. From a perspective of fairness and consistency, they picked the wrong team, right? They have never before kept out a 13-0 undefeated conference champion who's a Power 5. They kept out UCF, but that was a group of 5. So I'm going to say the same thing to Florida State that I said to UCF in 2017. If you beat Georgia, hang the banner. UCF did it. I'm telling Florida State the same thing. You beat Georgia, you have every right, 14-0, hang a banner. Did everything you could. So I would say claim a natty. Absolutely. And, I said the same thing for UCF if they beat Auburn. Because Auburn had beat Alabama and Georgia. And UCF beat them. All they could do. All Florida State can do is beat the 2-time champion. So Florida State beats the 2-time national champion. They should hang a banner, I believe. And we do have a super chat. Thank you. Thank you so much to IITM. Let me know if you want me to pronounce that differently. With NIL, the SEC just means less with $2 signs. And by the way, anyone else who wants to contribute in super chat, please do so now. We would really appreciate that. Let me cover this. I think you're right, because in the past, there were probably 2 teams or 3 teams that I thought could win the Natty. And it usually was Alabama, Georgia, Clemson. Occasionally Ohio State got in there. Occasionally LSU got in there. This year, could be 5, 6, 7 teams. And I think part of that is because NIL has kept players longer. Would Michael Penix be here right now if not for NIL? It's an open question. Would Blake Corum still be here if not for NIL? I can say definitively he wouldn't. He would have gone. I believe that wholeheartedly. Roman Wilson, Cornelius Johnson, Trevor Keegan, Zach Zinner, they all came back with the 1 more year fund. So now the talent advantage that that Alabama and Georgia have enjoyed is now nullified a little by the fact that you have these 4th year, 5th year, 6th year players who would probably be in the NFL right now. They're still in college, which means all this talk about star rating, it's not as impactful as it was when we had the discussions about it 2-3 years ago. Why? Because NIL is keeping talent longer and keeping more experienced talent in a school. And Michigan is the top example of that with the 1 more year fund and the 78% returning production. Washington, Michael freaking Penix. He'd probably be in the NFL right now. So you're absolutely right. NIL helps. Do I think the SEC is more talented still in terms of hardcore star rating? Yes. Would I take Trevor Keegan over, a 5-star guard who's 17 years old? 1,000,000% I would. So there you go. Star rating means something, but so does experience and coaching. All right. Josephine's right. The objective is to win, not by 20, but by 1. Harbaugh does that. Thank you, Ryan. I'm bought into Michigan's team ethic. I heard Riley Leonard is going to the Irish. Probably. That's what I heard too. They need to look into why all these players already know what school they're going to, because technically these schools are not allowed to talk to people in the transfer portal. So how does Riley Leonard know he's going to the Irish? It's something called tampering. And everybody's on Michigan for the sign stealing, even though everybody's pretty much sign steals. Michigan's was more extensive. But then you have people who, Justin Scott had an image when he announced that he was going to Miami with a bunch of money in the image. Like, they're not even trying to hide that it's money anymore. So I'm just saying, like, what provides more of an advantage? Getting all these 4 or 5-star players and paying them, or iPhone footage that your buddies are filming. I'm just saying. McDonald's bags of cash being tossed around. If this thing versus Michigan continues, then everyone will go down with us. Well, from what I hear, Michigan's not the only school doing what people are saying Michigan's doing. It sounds like there are other schools who have some type of operation, and we'll see in the next few weeks and months what comes of all that and what evidence gets shown. Yeah. So you've got degrees of separation, like Kevin Bacon. There's that game, 6 Degrees of Kevin Bacon. And, that's kind of what I guess they do to get away with talking to recruit or talking to transfers. Okay. Yeah, look at Tennessee. McDonald's bags of cash flying around. Look at that. Texas A&M, although apparently Texas A&M, there was a recruit or there was a player at Texas A&M who said he never got any money, which is interesting because everybody thought Texas A&M was throwing money around. Yeah, Shake Shack's delicious. I do like there's certain things at McDonald's I like. They have a great McDouble, a couple other things, spicy McChicken. But yeah, Shake Shack. I wish I had a Shake Shack here. We don't have that in Southwest Florida. Mel Tucker just entered the transfer portal. We do have 5 guys here, and it's pretty good. I limit my burger intake these days, though. Those who stay will need a retirement plan. That was a good one, Moose. That was a good one. Okay. So with all that said, thanks everybody for stopping by, for commenting, for liking the video. Coming up next in about 25 minutes is Trojan Conquest Live over on the USC channel. So I'm going to go ahead and post the link, so there's no excuses for not just getting over there and telling them John sent you. And especially we've got D'Anton Lynn, the new defensive coordinator. So I'm assuming they're gonna talk about that, as well as the transfer portal. So if you can't make it to the whole show, all I ask is that you go in and you just hit the like button. But if you can make it for the show, let them know John sent you here at Big Ten Live, the Ocho. Also, reminder to we can get these to sponsor the Voice of College Football. Contact Mark to do that. Aura, get your 2-week free trial of Aura. Who hasn't gotten their Aura trial yet? Because if you haven't, you should do so. It'll help protect you online. You get a 2-week risk-free free trial. This helps the channel out big time and helps Mark out if you do the free trial. Hint, hint. Please do it, and help the channel out, help Mark out, and help yourself out with your online presence with Aura. Get your merch. We have so many amazing products for the whole family. It is now the Christmas season, so when people ask you, what do you want for Christmas, you can just send them this link and get me some Voice of College Football merch. We have everything from keychains to T-shirts to mugs, swimming trunks, all kinds of things here. Bubble-free laptop stickers, and so on. We got shoes. We got wine tumblers. We have a trucker cap. How about that? We got a trucker cap for $28.50. All right. And the highest quality products. And remember, none of these have any shipping. Okay, so keep that in mind as well. Free shipping. We also have Michigan merch. For those who are Michigan fans, can get some Michigan merch. We also have Iowa. So Big Ten teams, and then USC is going to be joining the Big Ten, and so we also have USC gear as well. So just check out the merch store. Get something for yourself. Get something for every college football fan in your life, and help out the channel while you do it. And thank you, Moose, for putting the link up. I appreciate that. And of course, join our Patreon or become a YouTube member. Both of those help the channel as well and help Mark out. You can choose which one to do. Patreon's $5. YouTube membership starts at $2.99. But there are people who are doing all levels. There's people who are doing the undisputed national championship level and the other levels. So there's all kinds of people doing all that. And if you haven't hit the like button yet, please do so. Subscribe and tell a friend when we're having these shows. My name is John Diadamo, and I was your host for the last 2.5 hours. Holy crap, this show went real quick. You can follow me on Twitter at John Diadamo. I also host Michigan Wolverines Live tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern. And we also do the post-game shows when there's a game. So the next one will obviously be after the playoff game. So that show will be on hold for a couple weeks, obviously. But we'll still be doing the Monday and Tuesday night shows. And with all that said, like I said before, join Mark, Tim, and Matt for Trojans Conquest Live. Coming up next, the Voice of College Football USC channel. And until next time, go blue.